Chapter 1943. A Big Shot. It wasn't just Wu Qing who thought that Yi Xian was a big shot. Even Shui Linglong and the others thought that Yi Xian was a big shot. How could a divine physique realm cultivator become the master of Heaven Soul Temple? It didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Manling spoke abruptly. Master Yi, didn't you just tell me that you were the one who caused the change in Heaven Soul Temple? Yi Xian spoke with slight helplessness. I was bragging. Manling gazed at Yi Xian for a long time before she gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. Old Man Great Wilderness asked abruptly. Young Master Yi, why did the Grand Heavenly Venerate make you the master? Yi Xian replied. They wanted to find a puppet. Old Man Great Wilderness looked Yi Xian in the eye. Why? Yi Xian said. Didn't something happen in Heaven Soul Temple? They're afraid that the other party will come looking for trouble with them again. If the other party comes again, then they'll push me out to deal with it. Old Man Great Wilderness stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Who touched Heaven Soul Temple? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Old Man Great Wilderness intended to ask something else, but Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Seniors, I'm only at the Divine Physique Realm. What can I know? Divine Physique Realm. Everyone felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Wu Qing sighed softly. Young Master Yi, then you can go back. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He knew that place now, so wouldn't it be perfect if he came here secretly, entered the secret realm, and swept away all the divine items and crystals within it? Suddenly Zhang Man'er said wait. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Zhang Man. Zhang Man'er smiled. Young Master Yi, since you're already here, then stay. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. Miss Man'er, it's too dangerous for me to stay here. Besides, I can't help you at all. I'd better go back. After saying that, he was about to slip away, but at this moment, a mysterious pressure directly enveloped him. Yi Xian had a headache. He turned to look at Zhang Man'er. What is the meaning of this, Lady Man'er? Manling walked towards Yi Xian and said with a smile. You can stay here. Follow me. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Manlinger blinked. If you want to leave, you have to defeat me. As long as you defeat me, you can leave at any time. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, Ku Pu suddenly said, Everyone, I have an idea. Everyone looked at Ku Pu, and Ku Pu said in a low voice, With our individual strength, it will be very difficult to break through the 26th space-time. Even if we could, we would not be willing because that would be equivalent to using all our strength. And after using all our strength, we would be extremely weak. Thus, my suggestion is very simple. That is for everyone to work together to crack it. Even if we are weakened, we will all be weakened together. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a moment, everyone nodded, indicating that it was meaningless. Ku Pu smiled. Since it's meaningless, then let's begin. Saying that, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi Xian was about to speak when Zhang Man'er said with a smile, He will follow me. Ku Pu glanced at Zhang Man'er and said with a smile, As you wish. Manlinger looked at Yi Xian, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Her smile was somewhat strange. Yi Xian was somewhat speechless. Why was this woman pestering him? At this moment, everyone walked towards the space-time in the distance. Yi Xian naturally followed. Although the 26th space-time was very terrifying, under the joint efforts of Zhang Man'er and the others, the 26th space-time started to be broken. After around half an hour, everyone passed through the 26th space-time and arrived at the 20th space-time. The 27th space-time was very strange. It seemed to be condensed from water. When everyone entered it, the entire space-time started to ripple. Wu Qing and the others' expressions changed drastically, because they noticed that the space-time pressure in this space-time had suddenly increased by tens of times. Yi Xian didn't enter, but his expression was extremely solemn at this moment, because he noticed that the space-time pressure in this space-time was extremely terrifying. It was absolutely enough to easily eliminate a destiny-knowing state expert. However, he was slightly surprised that Manlinger and the others had actually forcefully resisted the space-time pressure. That shocked Yi Xian. Although these fellows were destiny-knowing state experts, they were definitely not ordinary destiny-knowing state experts. At this moment, the expressions of Manlinger and the others changed drastically at practically the same time. Danger. Fatal danger. As destiny-knowing state experts, they could predict danger in advance. Without any hesitation, Manlinger and the others retreated madly and intended to leave that space-time. They were extremely swift, but they were still too late. That space-time suddenly transformed into an enormous vortex, and Manlinger and the others weren't even able to react before they were swept into it. Next to them, Yixian was dumbfounded. Where were they swept to? At this moment, Yixian was slightly hesitant, because this place was quite strange. Even though he possessed the green profound sword and the mysterious space-time, his strength was strictly speaking inferior to Manlinger and the others. So if someone really attacked him from the shadows, then it would be a huge pain in the ass for him. After a moment of silence, Yixian withdrew the green profound sword and said, "Qing'er bless me." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking towards the distance. Damn it! What's there to be afraid of? Since I've already come here, how could I possibly turn back? I'll just do it. Yixian hadn't noticed that a ray of light had flashed on the tip of the green profound sword as soon as he finished speaking. It was extremely swift, and even Yixian hadn't noticed it. After Yixian entered the mysterious space-time, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword shook slightly. In the next moment, the space-time that seemed like water split apart. Yixian laughed coldly, and was about to continue forward. However, he suddenly turned around and saw a woman staring at him from afar. It was none other than Xue Linglong. At this moment, Xue Linglong's body was covered in a layer of icy cold energy, and it was exactly this icy cold energy that was protecting her. Xue Linglong just gazed at Yixian. Yixian was slightly embarrassed. "Miss Xue, you're here as well." Xue Linglong spoke in a low voice. "So young Master Yi has concealed his strength." Yixian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. "Since you noticed, then I won't conceal it. To tell you the truth, I'm the #1 sword immortal in the world." Xue Linglong frowned slightly. "The #1 sword immortal in the world?" Yixian smiled. "Yes, the #1 sword immortal in the world." Xue Linglong was speechless. Yixian suddenly turned around and walked towards the distance. Meanwhile, Xue Linglong spoke abruptly, "Young Master Yi." Yixian turned around to look at Xue Linglong, and he smiled. "Miss Linglong, is something the matter?" Xue Linglong hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Young Master Yi, I'm unable to move. Can you take me with you?" Unable to move? Yixian frowned slightly. He sized her up, and then he smiled. "Miss Xue Linglong, I feel that it's quite inappropriate. Firstly, I don't have a good impression of you. Secondly, I'm going to search for treasures, so why should I take you with me?" Xue Linglong spoke in a low voice. "Young Master Yi, this is a trap." Yixian frowned again. "A trap?" Xue Linglong nodded. "It's Wu Qing's trap. He used the uniqueness of this place to trap Manling, and the others. His real target isn't the secret realm, but the Saint Veins and supreme-grade crystal mines of our clans." Yixian spoke in a low voice. "You're saying that this relic is fake?" Xue Linglong shook her head. "It's not fake. However, this place isn't something he can enter. The space-time ahead is getting stronger and stronger. Besides the 12 fate knowers, no one can enter it." Yixian said, "The 12 fate knowers you mentioned are the ones who entered the fate knower realm before us?" Xue Linglong nodded. "Yes." Yixian laughed, and then he walked towards Xue Linglong. In an instant, the mysterious space-time pressure around Yixian vanished without a trace. Xue Linglong's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. "This?" Yixian smiled. "Miss Linglong, I'll open your eyes today. I'll let you know what a true expert is. Let's go." Then he turned around and walked into the distance. Xue Linglong hesitated for a bit, and then quickly followed him. Just like that, Yixian and Xue Linglong walked into the distance without any obstruction. Xue Linglong was dumbfounded. Who is this guy? He can ignore space-time. Just like that, Yixian and Xue Linglong arrived at the palace. The palace wasn't big, but it had an ancient aura about it. One look and you could tell that it had a long history. Shui Linglong spoke in a low voice. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Linglong wants to know why I can ignore space-time? Shui Linglong nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Linglong, do you think you're already at the top of this universe? Shui Linglong said. Young Master Yi, what do you mean? Yi Xian stretched out his right hand, smiled. Miss Linglong, hold my hand. I'll show you. Shui Linglong glanced at Yi Xian and hesitated. Is he trying to take advantage of me? But on second thought, she felt that she was being too petty. How could such an expert have such filthy thoughts? Without thinking much, she stretched out her pure white jade and held Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, the space-time around Yi Xian and her changed. Then, before Shui Linglong's astonished eyes, the two of them entered the mysterious space-time abyss. After entering, Shui Linglong's face changed. Fear. The mysterious space-time that Yi Xian brought her into was at least 100 times scarier than the 27th space-time. Shui Linglong couldn't help but tighten her grip on Yi Xian's hand, because she knew that if Yi Xian let go of her hand, she would die in this mysterious space-time. Even the treasure she had might not be able to save her. At this moment, Yi Xian brought her out of that mysterious space-time. Yi Xian glanced at the shocked Shui Linglong and smiled. Miss Linglong, what do you think? Shui Linglong was silent for a while and said, Yi Qianbei, what was that mysterious space-time? Yi Xian blinked. You want to understand that mysterious space-time? Shui Linglong hesitated and nodded. Yi Xian smiled. How about this? Be my disciple and I'll teach you. Disciple? Shui Linglong was stunned. Chapter 1944. Disciple? Shui Linglong's expression became slightly strange. Yi Xian smiled. Are you unwilling? Shui Linglong hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. I won't force you. As he spoke, he pointed towards the distance. Miss Linglong, let me send you out. Shui Linglong was stunned. Aren't we going into the hall? Yi Xian blinked. Then go in. Shui Linglong was astounded. What about you? Yi Xian laughed and didn't speak. Shui Linglong understood. Why should he take me in? Shui Linglong remained silent for a while. Senior, what do you like about me? Yi Xian laughed. I'm sorry, but I don't want to take you as my disciple anymore. As he spoke, he turned around and walked towards the hall. Shui Linglong was struck dumb. The next moment she followed him. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Shui Linglong. He looked at her without saying anything, but his expression was a little cold. Shui Linglong was shocked. She knew that he was angry. Yi Xian smiled. Don't follow me again. I'll only say this once. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the hall. On the spot, Shui Linglong's expression was slightly unsightly. In the distance, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the hall. He waved his sleeve and the door opened slowly, and Yi Xian entered. The main hall was empty. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. It was very dark in the hall, and there was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged at the center of the hall. The middle-aged man wore a gray robe, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. His hands were placed on his knees, and he didn't have any aura. Cultivation? Yi Xian walked over to the middle-aged man, and after a moment of silence he bowed slightly. Don't think about anything when you're here. Just bow first, and you might get the inheritance. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched when he saw this. Alive? But he quickly denied this thought. The middle-aged man before him didn't have any signs of life, so he had probably died. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian for a moment and smiled. To be able to ignore the space-time outside. Young man, you are not simple. Yi Xian said softly. Senior Kushio? The middle-aged man laughed. I never thought that there would still be someone in this universe who remembers me. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. So it really is ascetic cultivator Senior. Senior Kushio created the primordial soul realm and opened up a martial path for us. How could the future generations dare to forget such merit? One of the rules of survival in the outside world. Flatter when you have nothing better to do. Who doesn't like to hear nice words? Upon hearing what Yi Xian said, a smile appeared on Kushio's face. Little fellow, you're only at the divine body realm, yet you were able to make it this far. You must have used some external object, right? Yixian nodded. Yes. Ascetic Xiao smiled and said, Can I see? Yixian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword slowly floated in front of Ascetic Xiao. Ascetic Xiao reached out to hold the Qingxian sword. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically as if he had seen a monster. Yixian looked at Ascetic Xiao and did not say anything. At this moment, Ascetic Xiao's body suddenly trembled, and at the same time, a mysterious space-time appeared around him. It was the mysterious space-time inside the Qingxian sword. Seeing this, Yixian's expression changed instantly. This guy could activate the Qingxian sword? Soon he realized that it was not the other party who activated the Qingxian sword, but the other party discovered the mysterious space-time inside the Qingxian sword and forcefully drew it out. It was drawn out, not stripped away. No matter how heaven-defying Ascetic Xiao was, it was impossible for him to separate the Qingxian sword. Because this sword was forged by Qing'er. Even so, this was already heaven-defying. At this moment, Yixian was shocked. Qing'er, his father, and his big brother were very strong, but besides the three of them, there were many other outstanding and powerful people in this world. Qing'er and the other two could look down on all the geniuses in this world, but Yixian could not. The strongest under the three swords? Thinking of this, Yixian shook his head and smiled. His bragging was a bit too much. In front of Yixian, Ascetic Xiao's expression changed constantly. At first, he was pleasantly surprised, but soon he was deeply helpless and finally, he was at a loss. After a long time, Ascetic Xiao slowly closed his eyes, and his smile was full of bitterness. Dao Monarch Mo left early, and there is an early traveler. Haha. Snow Mountain King, I lost. But you did not win either. His smile was full of bitterness. Beside him, Yixian was silent. After a long time, Ascetic Xiao looked at Yixian. Where is the person who forged this sword? Yixian shook his head. I do not know. Ascetic Xiao's expression was gloomy. What a pity. Saying this, he seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at the tip of the azure profound sword, and the next moment, he looked at Yixian and smiled. The person who forged this sword must have treated you well, right? Yixian's lips curled up. Yes. Ascetic Xiao looked at Yixian. I want to see her. Yixian shook his head. You'd better not. Ascetic Xiao smiled. He opened his palm, and a black box appeared in his hand. He placed the box in front of Yixian. Everything I have is in this box. Yixian's heart was moved. Everything. How could the treasure of an expert of this level be an ordinary treasure? I'm rich. Yixian was ecstatic, but his expression was very calm. Senior, this, Ascetic Xiao smiled. I have already fallen. These things are meaningless to me. With that, he paused and said, although I didn't manage to create a new realm back then, I gained a lot of understanding and innovation in the realm of destiny knowing. There are also some messy things that are all in this box. Yixian slightly bowed to Ascetic Xiao. Thank you. Saying this, he hurriedly kept the box. Ascetic Xiao looked at Yixian. I want to see that senior. Yixian hesitated then said. You can sense her with the sword. Ascetic Xiao smiled. All right. Yixian deeply bowed. Have a safe journey. Saying this, he walked out. At this time, Ascetic Xiao suddenly said. Young man. Yixian turned to Ascetic Xiao. Ascetic Xiao smiled. Do you know how I died? Yixian was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head. I don't know. Ascetic Xiao was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. He was killed. Yixian frowned. Who killed you? King Xueshan? Ascetic Xiao smiled and said nothing. Yixian wanted to ask more, but Ascetic Xiao suddenly disappeared from the hall. Xue Linglong hurriedly walked over to Yixian when she saw him come out. She was just about to speak when an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within the hall in the next moment. That powerful aura was like 100,000 mountains crushing down. Suffocation. That was how Xue Linglong felt. Not only that, but she also felt fear from the bottom of her heart. Fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Xue Linglong looked into the hall. Her eyes were filled with fear. Ascetic. Ascetic Xiao, he is still alive? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. He softly said, sword. As soon as he said this, a strand of sword light suddenly descended in a straight line from above the hall. And then it entered the hall. Boom. Instantly, that terrifying aura disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was never there. At the same time, a sword flew out from the hall and landed in Yi Xian's hand. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian in fear. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Yi Xian sighed. It's a pity that you only have 70% of your strength. If you were at your peak, you might be able to take one of my attacks. After saying that, he walked into the distance. Shui Linglong felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. Did Yi Xian just kill Ascetic Xiao? Killed Ascetic Xiao? In shock, Shui Linglong didn't realize that Yi Xian was walking softly. It was because of the terrifying aura that Ascetic Xiao released. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Shui Linglong. Miss Linglong, aren't you leaving? Hearing what Yi Xian said, Shui Linglong came back to her senses. She quickly walked to Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, Yi Qianbei, was that really Ascetic Xiao? Yi Xian said with a smile. Can't you feel it? Shui Linglong smiled bitterly. I always thought he was dead. I never thought that he was still alive. When Yi Xian said that Ascetic Xiao was still alive, she didn't suspect anything. That powerful aura just now couldn't have been faked. What she was most shocked about was that Ascetic Xiao was killed by this man in one move. Ascetic Xiao. Those were countless young prodigies. What she didn't understand was how Yi Xian could have such terrifying power. Moreover, she had never heard of him before. Yi Xian looked at Shui Linglong and smiled. Miss Linglong, you asked me why I took you in as my disciple. I can tell you now that I had some problems with my cultivation. After a period of time, my power will decrease. Shui Linglong frowned. After a period of time, your power will decrease. Yi Xian nodded. My cultivation method is very special. Even if I told you, you might not understand. Shui Linglong said. Qianbei, you mean that you will become weaker after a period of time, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Then he smiled bitterly. Just like now, my power will weaken. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian and said, Then how long will it take for your power to recover? Yi Xian thought about it and said, 3 years. After 3 years, when I fight again, my power will decrease again. All these years, I've been searching for a solution. Fortunately, I've found one, and that is to recultivate in adversity. I want to recultivate back to destiny awareness. At that time, even if my cultivation level drops, I'll still be destiny awareness. However, during this period, then he looked at Shui Linglong. Do you understand what I mean? Shui Linglong remained silent for a while and bowed deeply. I am willing to take you as my master. Yi Xian said with a smile. Don't force yourself. Shui Linglong shook her head. It is my honor to be your disciple. Yi Xian laughed. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, I'll give you a gift for our first meeting. Then he pointed his finger and a storage ring flew in front of Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong took a look at the storage ring. There were 1 million Supreme Heaven Supreme crystals in it. 1 million. Shui Linglong was dumbfounded. Although she was the owner of Snow Mountain, 1 million Supreme Heaven Supreme crystals was not a small amount to her. Why was Yi Xian so generous? Because there were over 100 million Supreme Heaven Supreme crystals in the box that Ku Xiu gave him. Not only that, there were 6 holy veins and 39 supreme crystal mines. Chapter 1945. Apart from the 6 holy veins and 36 top-grade crystal ores, there was also hardship cultivation's inheritance in the box. Understanding of Destiny Realm. Although he hadn't created a new realm above the life-knowing realm, he had created 2 minor realms within the life-knowing realm. The awareness realm and the profound realm. What was awareness realm? To put it simply, it was to know danger. In other words, the original life-knowing state could predict danger, while the life-knowing state could predict danger in advance. It was like a person walking on a road. When he was about to reach a cliff, he could already foresee the danger even though he did not see the cliff. On the other hand, when he saw the road, He could already foresee that there was a cliff in front of him. There was a fundamental difference. The mysterious realm, on the other hand, was a little terrifying. It was different from the understanding realm. It was not used to avoid danger, but purely a form of power. Mysterious realm. It was a new power created by hardship cultivation. After mastering it, one could easily shatter time and space. Currently, the highest time and space a Destiny Realm expert could touch was the 12th time and space. This mysterious realm could easily destroy this time and space. The origin of mysterious realm came from the universe. In hardship cultivation's words, cultivating mysterious realm was peaking at the power of the universe. This power wasn't something a Destiny Realm expert could resist. However, hardship cultivation didn't put mysterious realm above Destiny Realm. Instead, he classified it as Destiny Realm. As far as he was concerned, the profound realm was nothing more than a slightly more powerful life-knowing state. After understanding hardship cultivation's thoughts, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. He discovered that after reaching the life-knowing state, many experts in the world had already begun to walk their own paths. Just like Qing, and the others. Of course, there was still a gap between hardship cultivation and Qing, and the others. However, he knew that he was getting closer to Qing, and the others. After a while, Yi Xian and Xue Linglong left the relic. As soon as they left, they met a familiar person. Wu Qing. Yi Xian's face darkened when he saw Wu Qing. Damn it. I forgot about this guy. Wu Qing looked at Yi Xian and Xue Linglong. You entered the relic? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, Wu Qing suddenly smiled and said, Young Master Yi, do you really think I'm stupid? Would the Heaven Soul Shrine really let a good-for-nothing become the Shrine Master? Of course, I didn't expect young Master Yi to be so terrifying that he could crack those powerful space-time. Yi Xian smiled and said, City Lord Wu Qing, do you know why I was able to break through those space-times? Wu Qing looked at Yi Xian. I really want to know. Yi Xian smiled and opened his palm. The green profound sword in his hand slowly floated in front of Wu Qing. Take a look at this sword and you'll understand. Wu Qing glanced at the green profound sword and frowned. This sword? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at Wu Qing. As long as this fellow touched the green profound sword, he was confident that he could send him into that mysterious space-time abyss. At this moment, Wu Qing stretched out his hand to grab the green profound sword. But just as he was about to touch it, he suddenly smiled and said, Young Master Yi, why did you suddenly show me this sword? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and with a thought, the green profound sword suddenly slashed out. Wu Qing, on the other hand, was prepared. The moment the sword was drawn, he had already retreated thousands of feet away. At the same time, 12 fate-knowing state cultivators appeared around Yi Xian and Xue Linglong. As the sword missed, Yi Xian did not strike again. He opened his palm and the green mystic sword returned to his hand. Wu Qing and Xue Linglong were not ordinary fate-knowing realm cultivators. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill them head-on. In the distance, Wu Qing smiled and said, Yi, Palace Master, you're making me more and more curious. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Wu Qing suddenly said, Kill. With that, the 12 fate-knowing state cultivators around Yi Xian charged at Yi Xian and Xue Linglong. At this moment, several powerful auras suddenly appeared around them. The next moment, Grand Heavenly Venerate and the others appeared before Yi Xian. Grand Heavenly Venerate said, Palace Master, you leave first. With that he charged out. Yi Xian did not leave. He turned around and looked at Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong said, I have already informed the Great Snow Mountain. My people will be here in 15 minutes. Yi Xian nodded and looked at Wu Qing. Wu Qing smiled and said, Miss Linglong, it's too late. With that, a terrifying aura suddenly came from behind Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong narrowed her eyes and suddenly turned around. A snowflake suddenly surged out from her body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. In an instant, the space in front of Xue Linglong was covered by snowflakes. At this moment, an old man had already rushed in front of her. Old Man Great Desolation. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw Old Man Great Desolation. Since Old Man Great Desolation is with Wu Qing, Then what about Ku Pu and Zhang Man? Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. Wu Qing was already in front of him, and then a terrifying spatial pressure descended upon him, and was about to crush him. Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed down when Wu Qing arrived in front of him. 5,900 overlapped sword-drawing techniques. Wu Qing was horrified when he swung his sword, because he hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to disregard the spatial pressure he'd exerted. What the hell is going on? He didn't have the time to thank Chen Shi before he smashed his fist down. Bang! A wave of sword energy shattered, and then both Yi Xian and Wu Qing retreated explosively. Yi Xian retreated thousands of meters, but Wu Qing retreated less than 3 kilometers. Yi Xian had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this collision. Wu Qing's eyes were filled with shock. He was sure that Yi Xian hadn't concealed his cultivation after the previous 2 collisions. And Yi Xian was really at the Divine Physique realm. He hadn't imagined that a Divine Physique realm expert could actually be so formidable. After all, he wasn't an ordinary life knower realm expert. Wu Qing took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian's background was definitely not simple, but he couldn't be bothered about all of that. Yi Xian had entered the ruins, and it represented that Yi Xian had obtained the treasures of bitter cultivation. The treasures of bitter cultivation. After all, he'd obtained 6 saint veins and over 30 top-grade crystal ores all those years ago. Besides that, there might even be inheritances of bitter cultivation within them. Wu Qing slowly clenched his right fist when he thought up to here, and his eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as he gazed at Yi Xian. He didn't waste his breath at all, and he suddenly charged forward. As soon as he did, Yi Xian instantly felt a powerful force sweep towards him, and it felt like the sky was collapsing. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and then he took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. The mysterious space-time pressure. He hadn't utilized the sword-drawing technique, and he'd utilized the space-time pressure from the mysterious space-time instead. As soon as he stabbed with his sword, bang! The expanse of space-time in front of Yi Xian was directly obliterated, and the powerful force blasted Wu Qing back. However, he himself was instantly blasted back, and he flew for an entire 30 kilometers. Wu Qing's expression was slightly unsightly after he stopped. His entire right arm had split open, and the ghastly white bones within were visible. Wu Qing raised his head to look at Yi Xian, and he was about to speak when a sword suddenly slashed towards him. Wu Qing suddenly smashed his left fist forward. Bang! The sword was forced to stop. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was a bit ugly. The mysterious green sword hadn't been able to touch Wu Qing, and it had been forced to stop by Wu Qing's powerful force every time. If the mysterious green sword could touch Wu Qing, then he would be able to send Wu Qing into the space-time abyss. Unfortunately, Wu Qing seemed to be on guard and never let the mysterious green sword hit him. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Damn it! This enemy is a bit shrewd. He seemed to have thought of something and looked around. Soon, his expression sank because the Grand Empyrean and the others had been completely suppressed. If this continued, then the Grand Empyrean and the others would definitely lose. Once they lost, then he, Yi Xian, would be gone as well. The Grand Empyrean had noticed this as well, so he didn't continue because he realized that he couldn't kill Yi Xian in a short period of time. This was a bit absurd. After all, he was a veteran at the life-knowing realm, but Yi Xian was only at the Divine Physique realm. There was a huge gap between their cultivation realms. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Old Man Great Desolation. Old Man Great Desolation was still fighting Xue Linglong. Both of them had entered the 12th layer of space-time, and were fighting intensely. Yi Xian wanted to lend the sword to Xue Linglong. Unfortunately, Xue Linglong wasn't a swordsman, so she wasn't able to utilize the mysterious green sword's power at all. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Little soul, can you take other shapes? Little soul pondered for a moment and said, yes. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, you can shape-shift? Little soul replied, yes. However, its power isn't as strong as when it's a sword. If it takes other shapes, then its power is only around 80% of a sword's. Yi Xian smiled. That's enough. As he spoke, he gazed at Xue Linglong. Linglong. Within the 12th layer of spacetime, Xue Linglong turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. A moment later, the mysterious green sword appeared in her grasp, and then Yi Xian smiled. You can transform it into the weapon you desire. Xue Linglong glanced at Yi Xian, and didn't think too much about it. She issued a command in her heart, and the mysterious green sword transformed into a crystalline and translucent snow lotus. In the next moment, the snow lotus suddenly split apart, and then countless snow lotus petals shot out like sharp blades. Bang! The expression of Old Man Great Desolation, who'd just arrived in front of Xue Linglong, instantly changed drastically, and he didn't hesitate to raise his arms to block and switch from offense to defense. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone watched as Old Man Great Desolation's arms were slashed off. Moreover, he was even blasted over 30 kilometers away. At the same time, a snow lotus petal pierced through his left chest. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Xue Linglong almost instantly killed Old Man Great Desolation? Wu Qing stared fixedly at Xue Linglong, and he didn't conceal the shock on his face at all. It wasn't just Wu Qing and the others, even Xue Linglong herself was slightly stunned. How could I have become so strong? That attack from before had almost instantly killed Old Man Great Desolation. After all, Old Man Great Desolation's strength wasn't inferior to hers at all. Yet she had almost instantly killed him. As if she had thought of something, she looked at the snow lotus in her hand. Then she looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian smiled. This is a special divine sword that I forged for myself in the past. When my cultivation level recovers, I will give it to you. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll forge an exclusive weapon for you. With the exclusive weapon I forged for you, not only will you be invincible amongst your peers, but you'll also be able to kill those who are a few levels above you. Everyone was speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned. The mysterious green sword can transform into any shape. In other words, it can transform into armor as well. If it transforms into armor, then besides the 3 swords, who else can break through it? Am I going to be invincible? Chapter 1946. A sword forged by Yi Xian? Everyone was extremely shocked when they had heard what Yi Xian had said. Except for Grand Heavenly Venerables. Grand Heavenly Venerables looked at Yi Xian with astonishment. Wasn't that sword forged by the woman in a plain dress? How did it become young Master Ye's doing? Of course, while he had this question in his mind, he wasn't stupid enough to voice it. If young Master Yi wanted to act cool, then they had to cooperate. As for Wu Qing, his face was a little ugly. He did not expect that after Yi Xian gave Xue Linglong that sword, Xue Linglong's strength could actually reach such a level. She was simply invincible among the same rank. Most importantly, the sword was forged by Yi Xian. And what Yi Xian said about recovering his strength. In other words, Yi Xian is really a big shot, but his cultivation hasn't recovered yet? Wu Qing felt his balls hurt, both of them. What kind of big shot did I offend? Meanwhile, Old Man Great Desolation suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Who the hell are you? At this moment, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. His strength was actually a little higher than Xue Linglong's. Just now, when they fought, he already had a slight advantage over her. However, he did not expect Xue Linglong's strength to suddenly become so dreadful after Yi Xian had given her that sword. It was like cheating. Freak. An external object could actually improve a person's strength to such an extent. Yi Xian didn't answer Old Man Great Desolation. Instead, he looked at Xue Linglong and smiled. Linglong, what are you waiting for? Quickly kill them. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xue Linglong immediately returned to her senses. She wanted to make a move, but Old Man Great Desolation had already disappeared. Not only had Old Man Great Desolation disappeared, Wu Qing and the rest had also disappeared without a trace. They'd fled too quickly. Yi Xian was stunned. Are they that spineless? Xue Linglong smiled bitterly. I wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they wanted to flee. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Then forget it. Right, where are Zhang Man, and the others? Xue Linglong shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian said, look for them. Xue Linglong nodded. Meanwhile, 10 mysterious experts in white robes suddenly appeared behind Xue Linglong. And all of them were at the life-knowing realm. Obviously, they were experts from the Great Snow Mountain. The leader, a white-robed old man, bowed slightly to Xue Linglong. I came late, please punish me, Your Highness. Xue Linglong didn't pay any attention to the white-robed old man. She walked slowly towards Yi Xian, and passed the snow lotus transformed from the Qingxian sword to Yi Xian. Actually, she was a little reluctant to part with it, because this sword could transform into the Great Snow Mountain's sacred weapon. Furthermore, it was more than 10 times stronger than the Great Snow Mountain's sacred weapon. If she kept it in her possession, then very few in the world would be a match for her. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the snow lotus flew into Yi Xian's palm. At the instant it entered his palm, the sword returned to its original form. He'd noticed the reluctance in Xue Linglong's eyes, but he naturally wouldn't give it to her. Xue Linglong hesitated for a moment and said, Master, do you have any other instructions? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present here was stunned. Master? Especially the experts behind Xue Linglong. Their faces were covered in astonishment. Our queen actually took this young man as her master? Yi Xian smiled. Take your people and follow me to the Heavenly Soul Shrine. Xue Linglong nodded. All right. Yi Xian gazed at the grand heavenly exalt. Let's go. A short moment later, all of them left. All along the way, all of them had strange expressions on their faces because they noticed that Xue Linglong was really too respectful to Yi Xian. She'd really taken Yi Xian to be her master. After they returned to the Heavenly Soul Shrine, Yi Xian immediately entered into closed-door cultivation. Within the Xiaota, Yi Xian's face was covered in a brilliant smile. He'd really profited greatly this time. 39 top-grade crystal ores. Coupled with his own, he had 42 in total. Besides that, he had 6 Saint Veins. Saint Veins. The Saint Veins didn't produce Supreme Saint Crystals, they produced Supreme Saint Crystals. A single Supreme Saint Crystal was equivalent to 10 top-grade heavenly crystals. Moreover, there were over 20 million Supreme Saint Crystals within the box that Ku Xiu gave him. The lifetime savings of an extraordinary expert were in Yi Xian's pockets. Now he didn't have to worry about money at all. It could be said that so long as he was willing. Green City, Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian is untalented and unvirtuous. From this moment onward, Yi Xian is removed from the position of prince, and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one speaking was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was torn and tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled. Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed. Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingcheng Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard laughed coldly. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pum. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pum. Chapter 1947. Danger. Looking at Yi Xian in front of her, Gucho was filled with curiosity. With his current strength, there were very few things in this world that could make him feel danger. And it wasn't just ordinary danger, it was death. Afraid? He wasn't afraid. But he didn't dare to take the risk because he was the hope of the entire race. At this moment, Yi Xian was facing a great enemy. He knew that this person felt Qing Er's karma through him. Shui Linglong suddenly said, Master, you can't agree to it. Yi Xian looked at Shui Linglong and smiled. Why? Shui Linglong said solemnly, If we let them out, there will be endless trouble. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, Gucho smiled. Miss Shui Linglong, back then you had 12 fated saints, as well as Snow Mountain King and Ku Xiu, Two super experts. What about now? Shui Linglong stared at Gu Chou. That's why we can't let you out. Gu Chou smiled and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I want to go with you to see your seal. Gu Chou smiled. Okay. Shui Linglong panicked. She still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian sighed softly. Girl, you have to understand one thing. The entire evil clan is now sealed, but he can come out. What does this mean? Think about it. Hearing this, Shui Linglong's face turned pale. Under Gu Chou's lead, everyone came to a plain. This plain seemed to be boundless, and they couldn't see the end of it. Gu Chou led Yi Xian and the others into the distance. Young Master Yi, do you know that this is where King Xueshan and the others fought my ancestor? He looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know why there are no records of that period in the burial zone? Many people don't even know about our evil race. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, History is written by the victors, and there are no records of that year. Obviously, it was the victors who erased that period of history. There was a strange look in Gu Chou's eyes. Young Master Yi is truly intelligent. Does young Master Yi know why they wanted to erase that part of history? Yi Xian shook his head. Ancient Sorrow smiled. Because of resources. Yi Xian said. I heard that your evil race wanted to dominate the entire burial zone and monopolize all the resources in the burial zone, so they rebelled. Haha. Gu Chou suddenly laughed. Young Master Yi, did Miss Linglong tell you this? Yi Xian nodded. Shui Linglong said coldly. Isn't that the case? Gu Chou shook her head and smiled. Interesting. Of course it's normal. Since ancient times, who on the losing side has not been corrupted? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Are you saying that there are other reasons? Gu Chou smiled. Actually, we have to start from King Xueshan. Yi Xian frowned. King Xueshan? Gu Chou nodded. Even I have to admit that he is a terrifying genius. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, you should know that when we cultivate, besides our own talent and hard work, there's something else we can't lack, and that's money. Yi Xian nodded. Gu Chou continued. For a genius like King Xueshan to cultivate, how terrifying are the resources he needs. And at that time, our evil race was the richest in the entire burial zone. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face changed. At this moment, Shui Linglong said angrily, You're talking nonsense. It's your evil race that wants to monopolize the resources of the burial zone, but you still want to bite back. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was torn, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using groundless excuses to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You'll be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his expression dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pum. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled. Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed. Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1948. Meanwhile, Gu Chou smiled. Young Master Yi, so long as you nod, everything in this spatial ring will be yours. Yi Xian didn't agree. If he agreed to Gu Chou's request, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the 10 destined saints. Although this fellow was very strong, Mokiki was only the weakest. In other words, Mokiki was the weakest. There were 10 more. Most importantly, there was still the invincible Snow Mountain King. A fellow that the evil clan couldn't defeat even with their entire clan's strength. This was a terrifying vortex. But he knew that if he refused, he couldn't guarantee that Gu Chou wouldn't be strong. With his current strength, It was absolutely impossible for him to resist Gu Chou. This fellow was freakishly strong as well. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Gu Chou said, I understand young Master Ye's feelings, and I know what young Master Yi is thinking. To be honest, I need to borrow the sword in young Master Ye's hand. If young Master Yi refuses, then I will use other methods because I have no other choice. Yi Xian said solemnly, You're so strong, so why do you still need my sword? Gu Chou smiled lightly. Because the sword in your hand is the nemesis of space-time. As he spoke, he pointed at the layer that Mokiki was on. Although I killed Mokiki, I didn't destroy the space-time in this layer. These space-time formations weren't particularly strong in the beginning, but they've been constantly strengthening over the countless years. Of course, I can also destroy the space-time formations in this layer, but it'll consume a lot of energy for me. For now, I can't consume too much energy because there are still 10 destined saints above. Yi Xian fell silent. The Grand Heavenly Venerate said solemnly, Temple Master, think twice. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he had to think twice. Gu Chou was very strong, but were the remaining 10 destined saints weak? Especially the invincible Snow Mountain King. If he helped Gu Chou, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the 10 destined saints. But if he didn't help, Gu Chou would definitely use other means. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian handed the cyan profound sword to Gu Chou. This sword was forged by my sister. Why don't you hold it and sense my sister? Then you can talk to her. Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian. After a moment he shook his head and smiled. No, Yi Xian was speechless. Gu Chou smiled and said, Young Master Yi, I will only talk to you. Yi Xian said solemnly, As long as my sister agrees, I'll help you immediately. Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I am a destiny-knowing realm expert. Not only am I a destiny-knowing realm expert, but I am also a god astrologer. Being a god astrologer is an ancient profession in my clan. It can calculate future blessings and misfortunes. When young Master Yi gave me the sword to find your sister, I once again felt danger. Therefore, I used the god astrology technique to calculate 1,900 times. Do you know what the results were? As he spoke, he smiled. Every result was death. After calculating 1,900 times, there was no chance of survival. At this point he paused and said, Young Master Yi wants to dig a hole for me to jump into. Of course, I understand, but young Master Yi, I won't jump into this hole. Why don't you change your method? Yi Xian, on the side, Grand Empyrean said, Since you can feel this, why do you still want to drag my temple master into this? There was a flash of apology in Gu Chou's eyes. I'm sorry. I have no intention of dragging young Master Yi into this, but I have no choice. My clan has been suppressed for countless years. I am the hope of my clan. As long as I can save them, no matter the method, even if I die, I will do it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Do you know that if I help you, I will be the enemy of the 10 destined knowing saints? Gu Chou smiled. Young Master Yi doesn't need to become enemies with them. You just need to lend me your sword. I will deal with them myself. On the side, Shui Linglong suddenly pulled Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with pleading. She knew how terrifying the sword in Yi Xian's hand was. If this sword fell into Gu Chou's hand, the power it could display would be unimaginable. At this moment Gu Chou suddenly said, Young Master Yi, how about we make a bet? If I lose, I won't borrow your sword anymore. But if you lose, you must lend me your sword. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, You can't call for help. Yi Xian smiled and said, You're so much stronger than me, so do you think it's fair to make a bet with me? Gu Chou grinned. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, We can make a bet, but I decide how to do it. Gu Chou nodded. All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, It's very simple. I'll take you into a mysterious space. I'll lose if you're able to come out from there. What do you think? Gu Chou thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Yi Xian suddenly touched Gu Chou lightly with the green profound sword. And then both of them entered the mysterious space-time abyss. Gu Chou's expression instantly changed when he entered that mysterious space-time. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You can begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he left the space-time abyss. Within the space-time abyss, Gu Chou fell ceaselessly. But he was just falling, and the space-time energy within was actually unable to harm him. Yi Xian's expression became serious when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, Gu Chou slowly opened his right hand. In the next moment, the space-time abyss started to boil. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This Gu Chou actually wants to forcefully break through this space-time abyss. Gradually, the mysterious space-time abyss surged violently like boiling water. But it didn't break through. At this moment, Gu Chou opened his palm, and the silver thread in his hand suddenly flew out. Hiss! A sharp tearing sound resounded from within the space-time abyss. However, the silver thread was still unable to tear open the mysterious space-time abyss. But it was able to deform the mysterious space-time abyss. Just when Yi Xian thought that Gu Chou would attack again, Gu Chou suddenly looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, I lost." He admitted defeat. With a thought from Yi Xian, the mysterious space-time abyss vanished. Gu Chou walked over to Yi Xian and praised. The mysterious space-time that young Master Yi executed just now was truly incomparably profound. "I've learned something new," Yi Xian said with a smile. "You will keep your promise, won't you?" Gu Chou nodded. "Of course. Young Master Yi can leave at any time." Yi Xian glanced at Gu Chou, and then he turned around and left. Meanwhile, Gu Chou suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, I want to invite you to my clan as a guest. Even if you don't want to, it's fine if you don't want to." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go take a look." Gu Chou smiled. "Please." Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the tower. "Patriarch Gu Chou, why haven't they come out to stop you?" Gu Chou smiled. "They are cultivating inside. Unless I disturb them, they won't care about what happens outside. Of course, the premise is that I don't break those space-time formations." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Gu Chou said, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked down the tower. At the bottom of the tower, there was a very small entrance. Gu Chou brought Yi Xian into the entrance. Grand Empyrean and Xue Linglong didn't go down because the entire surface was covered by a powerful space-time formation. With Gu Chou's strength, he could only barely bring Yi Xian down. After entering the ground, the two of them walked down the stone steps. The lower they went, the darker it became. Half an hour later, everything in front of Yi Xian was pitch black. Not only that, but he also felt countless space-time forces around him. Gu Chou softly said, "This passage was opened by my evil clan's ancestors with their blood." Yi Xian didn't speak. He didn't want to comment on the past because he, Yi Xian, was not a good person. About an hour later, Yi Xian suddenly saw fire. He carefully looked at the opposite side, and saw a city not far away. Although there was a fire, it was still very dark deep underground. At this moment, someone on the city wall shouted, "The Patriarch is back! The Patriarch is back!" The moment he said this, the city began to boil and countless evil clan members rushed out. Gu Chou faintly smiled and walked toward the city. In the distance, countless evil clan members slowly knelt down and kept shouting, "Patriarch!" At this moment, Gu Chou turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, let's enter the city." Yi Xian nodded and then walked to Gu Chou's side. The two of them walked toward the city. After entering the city, Yi Xian found that there were many evil clan members in the city. Most importantly, their auras were very terrifying. How terrifying were they? Walking from the city gate, he found that most of the people were actually in the life chart realm. There were also many life body and life soul realm experts. There were also many primordial soul realm experts. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people in the primordial soul realm. What kind of terrifying race was this? Yi Xian was shocked. Gu Chou brought Yi Xian to a large hall. Just as they entered the hall, two old men quietly appeared in front of Gu Chou. The two old men bowed deeply to Gu Chou and then retreated to the side. Yi Xian glanced at the two old men. Unfathomable. This was the feeling that the two old men gave him. Gu Chou suddenly sat to the side, and then looked at Yi Xian. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, please sit." Yi Xian sat opposite Gu Chou. Gu Chou smiled and said, "My clan has not seen the sun for countless years. And because we are suppressed here, my clan cannot marry with other clans. At most in 100 years, my clan will have to marry with close relatives. At that time, my clan will die without them doing anything." Yi Xian was silent. Gu Chou continued, "I do not want young Master Yi to be involved in this maelstrom, nor do I want young Master Yi to help my evil clan, nor do I want to take the divine sword in young Master Yi's hand. I only have one goal, and that is to let young Master Yi know the truth of this history." As he said this, he opened his palm and gently swept it behind him. In an instant, a huge screen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. In that huge screen, Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had long hair, and his hands were behind his back. He stood there like the ruler of this world, giving people a feeling that they could not look up to him. Yi Xian had already guessed the other's identity. This middle-aged man in front of him was the invincible Snow Mountain King of the past. Behind the King of Snow Mountain, there were 11 other people. Yi Xian also recognized one of them. It was Hardship Xiao, who stood to the left of the King of Snow Mountain. Opposite the King of Snow Mountain stood an old man. The old man glared at the King of Snow Mountain. "King of Snow Mountain, my evil clan has no enmity with you. Why are you targeting my evil clan?" The King of Snow Mountain looked calm. "I have my eyes on all the resources of your evil clan. If you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it from you. It's that simple." Chapter 1949. Snatch. Hearing King Xueshan's words, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. At this time, Gu Chou gently waved his right hand, and the screen disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian looked at Gu Chou. "I know the truth, but there's no point, right?" Gu Chou shook his head. "There is." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What is the point?" Gu Chou smiled slightly, but did not say anything. He opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. It was Emmo Keki's storage ring. Yi Xian said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Gu Chou smiled. "I'm giving it to young Master Yi to sow good karma." Yi Xian shook his head. "No need." Gu Chou still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Patriarch Gu Chou, I have no enmity with your evil tribe. If you don't find trouble with me, I won't provoke you. On the contrary, Saint Ten Lives knowing is the same. If they don't provoke me, I won't be enemies with them." Gu Chou nodded slightly. "I understand young Master Ye's meaning." Yi Xian smiled. "Patriarch Gu Chou, farewell." With that he got up and left. His attitude was simple. He did not want to be involved in this whirlpool. In any case, he couldn't beat either side. Leaving quickly was the best plan. Gu Chou was about to send Yi Xian off, but Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Patriarch Gu Chou, you don't need to send me off." Gu Chou smiled. "It's fine, I just want to chat with young Master Yi." Yi Xian was speechless. The two walked on the street. On both sides, when the evil tribe saw Gu Chou, they all stopped and then knelt down. That kind of respect came from the heart. It could be seen that Gu Chou was very popular among the evil tribe. When they walked out of the city, Gu Chou stopped and looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, take care." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "See you again." With that, he turned around and left. Gu Chou just looked at Yi Xian. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, a woman in black armor appeared by Gu Chou's side, and she gazed at Yi Xian and spoke softly. "The patriarch has tried to kill him at least 10 times, but he gave up every single time." Gu Chou opened his palm. In his palm, there was a string of prayer beads. He gently rotated the prayer beads. "From the moment I left the hall until now, every time I wanted to kill him, I would calculate the consequences. Do you know the result?" The black-armored woman shook her head. Gu Chou chuckled and said, "The result every time is death." The black-armored woman's pupils suddenly shrank. "How is that possible? In this world, with your strength, only the Snow Mountain King can fight against you. And this person is only at the divine physique echelon." Gu Chou shook her head. "He is indeed only at the divine body realm, but he has an extremely terrifying karma with him. I can't calculate the cause and effect, but I know that if I kill him, it will bring disaster to me and my clan." The black-armored woman was somewhat in disbelief. Patriarch, are you saying that he has someone behind him? Gucho laughed. Yes. The black-armored woman said in a low voice. Then does the patriarch want to kill him? Gucho shook his head. No. The black-armored woman asked. Is it because he has someone behind him? Gucho laughed. Did you see the sword in his hand just now? If I had that sword, not only could I easily break the space-time formation set up by the 12 saints, I could also use it to resist the overgod weapon of the Snow Mountain King. A fierce look flashed through the black-armored woman's eyes. I'll go kill him. Gucho shook his head and laughed. This time, our clan will definitely have a battle with the Snow Mountain King and the others. I estimate that our clan has a 40% chance of victory. But to kill him, I don't even have a 10% chance of victory. The black-armored woman. Gucho Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue from this moment onwards. Yi Xian is deposed from his position as crown prince. Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind him, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to depose Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you depose him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and she didn't dare to look at the great elder, but she didn't leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he is dead or alive. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to depose him from his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly said angrily. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to depose him or not. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly. Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard smiled coldly. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will risk my life for him. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled. Your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed. Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, who was crying for help, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the great elder. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the prince position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, Then do it 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang is the prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Lang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, your man! As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1950. As far as he could remember, the only person who could disregard Qing and his dad was Tianyi, the man whose grave was covered in weeds. Tianyi. Muemo frowned slightly. Who is he? Yi Xian laughed heartily. You're right, senior. Everyone should be responsible for saving the universe. However, senior, this saint bloodline. Haha, I don't mean anything else. You know what I mean? Mumo's smile reappeared on his face. What a greedy little fellow. But it doesn't matter. How about this? I'll give you 2 saint bloodlines and 30 supreme-grade crystal mines. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, all right. He stretched out his left hand as he spoke. Mumo's smile grew even brighter, and a spatial ring appeared in front of Yi Xian with a tap of his finger. Yi Xian glanced at it, and it just so happened that there were 2 saint bloodlines and 30 supreme-grade crystal mines. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, and then he reluctantly passed the green profound sword in his hand to Muemo. Muemo didn't hesitate at all, and picked up the sword. The instant he did, something unexpected happened. Without a sound, Muemo directly entered an endless space-time abyss. Mumo's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Xian furiously. You're courting death. With that, he suddenly pressed his right hand down. Boom. The entire space-time abyss trembled, but the powerful force wasn't able to shatter it. Muemo was shocked when he saw this. He couldn't be bothered to be angry, and he hurriedly tried a few more methods, but no matter what he did, it didn't work. At this moment, Mumo's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of space-time is this? Yi Xian looked at Muemo in the space-time abyss. If you want to come out, then give me your spatial ring. Don't play tricks, I know how many treasures you have. Muemo flew into a rage. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian frowned. I'm definitely threatening you. Why would you ask such a stupid question? Muemo. Yi Xian shrugged. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. You can think about it slowly. However, I have to remind you that you don't have much time. Muemo stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and then he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, his entire body boiled, and the powerful and mysterious space-time abyss rippled like water. Yi Xian glanced at Muemo. He had to admit that this old fellow still had some skills. Although Muemo wasn't as abnormal as Gu Chou, he was still able to shake the mysterious space-time abyss. At the very least, he definitely couldn't beat him now. Meanwhile, Mumo's body had started to collapse bit by bit. Sensing this scene, Mumo's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect that his body couldn't withstand this mysterious space-time abyss. Without thinking too much, he looked at Yi Xian. You actually colluded with the evil races. Yi Xian smiled. Old man, let me remind you again. At your current speed, your body will dissipate in an hour at most. Not only will your body dissipate, but your soul will also suffer heavy injuries. At that time, even if you come out, your strength will greatly decrease. Muemo stared at Yi Xian. Let me out first. Yi Xian shook his head. I can't beat you. After I come out, will you give me your treasure? Muemo said fiercely. If I give you my treasure, will you let me out? Yi Xian smiled. Old man, look carefully. I am a swordsman. I, the great Yihu, great sword immortal Yi, would do something that goes back on his word? Swordsman. Mumo's expression was somewhat ugly. Yi Xian said again. If you still don't believe me, I can swear on my father's name. If I go back on my word, then let my father be hacked to death. Muemo glanced coldly at Yi Xian. Swear on your own name. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, if I go back on my word, then let 10,000 swords pierce through my heart, and I'll never be able to reincarnate. Although he wasn't the strongest under the 3 swords, only the 3 swords could kill him with a sword. Who were the 3 swords? One was his sister, one was his father, and one was his big brother. Muemo stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He wanted to say something else, but Yi Xian suddenly flared up. Don't push your luck. If worse comes to worst, I won't take anything. Muemo was silent for a moment before he opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. There were a total of 47 holy veins and hundreds of top-grade crystal ores within the spatial ring. Muemo looked at Yi Xian. Take it. Yi Xian glanced at Muemo. With a command in his heart, the spatial ring slowly floated out from the space-time abyss. Yi Xian put the spatial ring away, and then he turned around and left. Muemo roared furiously within the space-time abyss. Kid, are you going to go back on your word? Yi Xian turned around and glanced at Muemo. Yes. Muemo's expression was ferocious. You swore. Yi Xian nodded. It's fine. Let 10,000 swords pierce through my heart and I'll die. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Muemo was stunned. In the next moment he roared furiously. Shameless swordsman. How dare you go back on your word? His voice rumbled like thunder and reverberated through the sky. However, Yi Xian didn't even pay attention to him as he vanished into the horizon. Muemo felt his body gradually vanish. At this moment, he was finally slightly afraid. Because at this moment, he understood that if he continued like this, he would die. After trying countless more times, Muemo gave up. He gazed at the tower in the distance and roared furiously. The evil tribe hasn't been eliminated. At this moment, a voice resounded from the 3rd level. Muemo, it was your greed that caused you to fall into a hopeless situation. Why are you blaming us? Muemo's expression was slightly unsightly. Are all of you really going to leave me to die? A short while later, an afterimage suddenly flew out from the 3rd level. The afterimage actually forcefully entered the mysterious space-time abyss. The afterimage didn't break through the space-time abyss. Instead, it merged with Muemo. Muemo's body gradually became illusory, and a moment later, he transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. Meanwhile, a person appeared at the foot of the tower. It was Muemo. However, the mysterious space-time abyss was still there. Muemo heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and his eyes were filled with ferocity as he gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, the voice resounded again. Muemo, why did you have to be so stupid? Who is that Gu Chou? Even he gave up on that young man's divine sword. Why did you overestimate yourself and try to steal his sword? Muemo fell silent, and his expression gradually calmed down. A short while later, he gazed into the distance. Wu Lingmu, who the hell is he? The voice replied. I don't know. Mu Mo's expression was somewhat unsightly. Wu Lingmu, that sword in that person's hand is really terrifying. If it falls into Gu Chao's hands, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Wu Lingmu said. King Xueshan will deal with this matter. You should return to the tower. Muemo shook his head. This person's strength is actually very low, but that sword is special. As long as I don't let that sword touch me, he can't do anything to me. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. He didn't want to give up. If Yi Xian hadn't taken away his treasures, he might have given up. However, Yi Xian had taken away all his cultivation resources. If he didn't take them back, how could he cultivate dozens of saint veins? Moreover, he was very angry, because Yi Xian had tricked him. Seeing that Muemo had disappeared, a sigh came from the third level. Yi Xian didn't return to the Sky Soul Temple, because he had received news that the Grand Heavenly Venerate had led the people of the Sky Soul Temple to the Divine Tao Nation. The 10 Absolute Saints had already set their sights on him, so he had to go to the Divine Tao Nation's Women's College. Yi Xian raised his speed to the limit. In an unknown stellar domain, Yi Xian, who was riding on his sword, suddenly stopped. His expression was a little ugly. Not far away stood a person. It was Muemo. This guy didn't die. Yi Xian was a little shocked. How did he jump out of that mysterious space-time abyss? In the distance, Muemo looked at Yi Xian. Why aren't you running anymore? With a thought from Yi Xian, the green profound sword in its sheath suddenly unsheathed and slashed at Muemo like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, Muemo took a step forward and punched. Boom. A wave of fist energy blocked the green profound sword. This time Muemo was smart. He didn't let the green profound sword come into contact with his body, because it was the green profound sword that came into contact with his body. That was why he was sent into that mysterious space-time. At this moment, the green profound sword flew back into Yi Xian's hand. The next moment, the green profound sword disappeared. Seeing this, Muemo frowned. Why aren't you using that sword? Yi Xian smiled. I disdain using external objects. Muemo stared at Yi Xian. What? Trying to fool me again? Come on, keep fooling me. Yi Xian. Muemo's expression turned cold. Aren't you very good at fooling people? Come on, keep fooling them. Yi Xian sighed. Sir, let's talk reason. Muemo mocked. If you can fool them, then do it. If you can't, then talk reason? Yi Xian. Muemo suddenly walked slowly toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian said solemnly, We have no enmity. Muemo sneered. No enmity? Yi Xian, you're ridiculous. At our level, benevolence, righteousness, morality, right and wrong are all meaningless. We do things according to our own preferences. Understand? Yi Xian suddenly turned and ran. Muemo sneered. Trying to escape? As he spoke, he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a powerful force tore through the field. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with shock and despair. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Muemo's face. However, he was still on guard because Yi Xian hadn't taken out that sword. He was still very afraid of that sword. But he knew that as long as he didn't touch that sword, he would be fine. As he thought, his fist had already reached Yi Xian's chest. At this moment, he frowned because Yi Xian still hadn't taken out that sword. What did this mean? Muemo suddenly felt uneasy. He wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late, because his fist had already smashed into Yi Xian's chest. And Yi Xian didn't block it. Muemo was horrified. He cursed inwardly and was about to retreat. Boom. Yi Xian was suddenly sent flying, and the expression of Muemo, who was about to retreat, instantly changed greatly, because he had once again fallen into that mysterious space-time abyss. Muemo was stunned. In the distance, Yi Xian shrugged. He tore open his clothes. Inside his clothes was a piece of armor that was as thin as a cicada's wing. This armor was formed from the profound azure sword. Yi Xian glanced at Muemo and smiled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? In the distance, within the space-time abyss, Muemo suddenly raised his head and roared. Wu Lingmu. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, this guy is really shameless. He actually called for help. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. There was no response from the starry sky. Muemo roared again. Wu Lingmu, the evil race is about to make a comeback. A moment later, a voice suddenly sounded from the starry sky. Did the other side send you to anger me to death? Chapter 1951. In the starry sky, Muemo had been rescued, but he was not happy. On the contrary, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was once again sent into the mysterious space-time abyss. Muemo's expression became more and more gloomy. He refused to accept this. This guy in front of him had used a trick. At this moment, Wu Lingmu's voice sounded. Muemo, this is the last time I attack. Muemo's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were like 10,000-year-old ice, without a trace of emotion. Obviously, he did not want to give up. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Return. Hearing this, Muemo's body trembled slightly. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. Underground Evil Clan. Gucho sat on the city wall. He looked at the distant horizon. The horizon was dark, and there was nothing. At this moment, an old man appeared behind Gucho. He bowed slightly. Patriarch. Saying this, he began to speak in a low voice. After a moment, Gucho suddenly laughed. This young Master Yi is really interesting. The old man said solemnly. Patriarch, that mysterious space-time abyss is very terrifying. Gucho nodded. I've seen it. The old man hesitated, then asked. Can Patriarch crack that space-time abyss? Gucho smiled. Even Wu Lingmu can. Do you think I can? The old man was somewhat puzzled. Then why did Patriarch deliberately lose to that young Master Yi? Gucho said softly. What would I get if I beat him? That sword? The old man said. Isn't that Patriarch's goal? Gucho chuckled. That sword is in young Master Yi's hands. It is a sword, but in the hands of others, unless young Master Yi sincerely gave it to me, that sword is a scourge. Saying this, he looked at the old man and smiled. Otherwise, how could that King Xueshan have not made a move until now? Of course, with his character, he will never give up. The old man frowned. Why? Gucho smiled. Because he is very strong. The stronger he is, the more conceited he is. No, it should be said that he is confident. If he can feel danger, he will not fear it. On the contrary, he will challenge it. The old man glanced at Gucho. The Patriarch is also such a person. It's just that the Snow Mountain King is alone, while the Patriarch has to consider the entire clan. Gucho laughed and did not speak. Meanwhile, a woman in black armor suddenly appeared here. The black-armored woman bowed slightly. Patriarch, everything is ready. Gucho slowly closed her eyes. Wait. The black-armored woman and the old man were confused, but they didn't ask for the reason. On the city wall, Gucho's feet gently swayed, a faint smile on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. When Yi Xian returned to the Divine Dao Nation's Women's Academy, he was in pain. Aunt Ding was missing. Gone. A woman stood in front of Yi Xian. Her name was Lu Qi. And now, LV Qi was the person in charge of the women's college. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Miss Lu Qi, did Ding Aunt say where she went? Lu Qi shook her head. No. Yi Xian asked again. What about Sister Nian the Dean? Is there any news from them? Lu Qi shook her head again. That day, after the dean left with Missin and the others, he did not return, nor did he send any news back. Yi Xian was a little annoyed. Damn it. Sister Nian did not return and Aunt Ding disappeared. Fine. Now, Yi Xian was the boss of the women's college again. What was the boss going to do? He was going to shoulder the responsibility. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian frowned. Did Aunt Ding leave on purpose? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If she did not leave, then if the 10 saints came here, she would definitely have to deal with them. And if she left now and the 10 saints came, then he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He looked at Lu Qi and pointed with a finger. A storage ring landed in front of Lu Qi. Cultivate well. After saying that, he turned and left. When she saw the contents of the storage ring, Wuxia was stunned. So many supreme-grade crystal ores. Yi Xian left the women's college. He had to leave. If he did not leave, once the 10 saints found this place, the women's college would be in danger. Although he had tricked Muemo twice, he couldn't use this method too often. Moreover, Muemo wasn't even the strongest amongst the 10. At this moment, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian recognized the person. It was Xiong Ho, who had a grudge with him before. Xiong Ho smiled. "Young Master Yi, did you cause some trouble so you came back?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiong Ho smiled. "Looking at your expression, it seems I guessed right." Yi Xian looked at Xiong Ho. "Is there something you need?" Xiong Ho smiled. "Nothing, I just learned that you're back. So I came to see." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Xiong Ho, I have something to do." After saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Xiong Ho suddenly asked, "Has Shi Wang reached destiny knowledge?" Yi Xian did not look back. Soon, after saying that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Soon, Xiong Ho's expression was complicated. She did not expect that Shi Wang would reach destiny knowledge soon. Xiong Ho sighed inwardly at the thought of this. She knew if she had cooperated with Yi Xian, her life would have been totally different. To reach destiny knowledge by herself? Almost impossible. The cultivation resources alone were enough to make her despair. After a while, Xiong Ho sighed again and left. After a long time, Yi Xian returned to the burial zone. As soon as he arrived, a woman appeared in front of him. Shuelinglong. Yi Xian looked at Shuelinglong and did not speak. Shuelinglong walked to Yi Xian and bowed. "Master." Yi Xian smiled. "Why did you suddenly come to me?" Shuelinglong suddenly looked up. The next moment, countless snowflakes rushed out of her body. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was prepared for this. He drew his sword and slashed. Boom. A snowflake shattered. At this moment, a snow lotus suddenly entered his forehead. Boom. Yi Xian's body shook violently. Then his body started to freeze bit by bit. He wanted to make a move but he could not mobilize any power. At this moment, Shuelinglong whispered, "Master, don't waste your energy. That is the supreme divine weapon of the Great Snow Mountain that my ancestor gave me. The 10,000 miles of ice. It also contains the mysterious power that my ancestor left behind. With your current strength, you cannot break it. Of course, don't worry. Once it enters your body, it will not kill you. It will only seal your cultivation. That's all." Yi Xian smiled. "So it is the king of Snow Mountain who attacked me. But I don't understand why he did not attack me personally. What if he wants to borrow your hand instead of his own?" Shuelinglong shook her head. "I don't know. But my guess is that he wants to deal with the leader of the evil clan." "Ancient sorrow," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Why didn't he kill me? Why did he only seal my cultivation?" Shuelinglong shook her head again. "I don't know. But I guess it has something to do with the person behind you. My ancestor doesn't want to provoke the person behind you. He wants to deal with the evil clan." Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Actually, when he saw this Shuelinglong, he was already on guard. But he didn't expect that the king of Snow Mountain would personally deal with him. Shuelinglong looked at Yi Xian. "Master, don't resist. That divine item is in your body. If you resist, something bad will happen." Yi Xian smiled. "I won't resist." Shuelinglong nodded. "Let's go." Then she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. But she quickly returned to Yi Xian. "Master, why didn't you leave?" Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "You have sealed my cultivation level. How can I leave?" "Girl, are you trying to test me to see if I still have my cultivation?" Shuelinglong nodded. She hesitated and said, "You won't blame me, right?" Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "Miss Linglong, from now on we are enemies. You can be cruel to me. Do you understand? I really don't like it when we are enemies. Then, we have to be ambiguous. In the end, we have to kill each other. It's too melodramatic. Do you understand?" Shuelinglong was silent for a while and nodded. "I understand." Then she opened her palm. 2 chains went through Yi Xian's shoulder blades. Then she dragged Yi Xian and flew into the sky. Yi Xian said, "What are you doing?" Shui Linglong said, "You want me to be cruel to you." Yi Xian's expression froze. "You can be cruel, but you should respect your enemy. Do you understand?" Shui Linglong shook her head. "Enemies don't deserve respect." Yi Xian wanted to say something, but Shui Linglong shouted angrily, "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll strip you and drag you away." Yi Xian was speechless. Just like that, Shui Linglong dragged Yi Xian towards the Great Snow Mountain. Yi Xian was speechless. What a cheap mouth. Damn it. After a while, Shui Linglong brought Yi Xian to the Great Snow Mountain. She chained Yi Xian to a pillar. She looked at Yi Xian coldly. "Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, my ancestor won't be merciful." Yi Xian said, "Let me go. I don't have my cultivation. I can't do anything." Shui Linglong was silent. Yi Xian said, "Your ancestor left that thing in my body. If I can break it, do you think you can trap me? If I can't break it, will I be a threat to you?" Shui Linglong said, "My ancestor is very strong. You better not do anything stupid. I feel that he doesn't want to kill you. Maybe he just wants to trap you. He doesn't want you to help the evil race." Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Shui Linglong waved her right hand. The chains on Yi Xian's body disappeared. Shui Linglong glanced at Yi Xian. "You can walk around, but don't go down the mountain." Then she turned and left. Yi Xian closed his eyes. "Xiaota, it's time for you to show off." After a while, Xiaota said, "Young master, I'm just a tower." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1952. Just a pagoda. Yi Xian's face darkened. King, no, you're a pagoda again. I really want to sell this stupid pagoda. At this moment, Xiaota said, "Young master, have you ever thought that if you break the seal now, it's actually not a good thing?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Why not?" Xiaota said, "Anyway, even if you break the seal, you can't beat Snow Mountain King. If he can seal you once, he can seal you twice." "Yi Xian," Xiaota continued, "for now in the battle between the evil race and 10 Lives Saint, forgive me for being blunt, but young master, you can only be a bystander." Yi Xian frowned. "Bystander?" Xiaota thought about it, then said, "I can't explain this word to you." Yi Xian didn't understand. "Why?" Xiaota said, "This word is very complicated. The meaning it conveys is beyond my knowledge as a pagoda. I can only say that this word, those who understand it will understand it. Those who don't, no matter how I explain it, it's hard to understand." "Understand?" "Yi Xian," Xiaota continued, "Young master, if there's a chance in the future, you can come to Sister Lian Shuang's hometown to play. It's fun there." Yi Xian smiled and was about to speak when Shui Linglong suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian looked at Shui Linglong. "Is the evil race coming out?" Shui Linglong shook her head. "Not yet." Yi Xian frowned. Now he actually hoped that Gu Chou could defeat this 10 Lives Saint. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me." Then she turned and left. Yi Xian followed Shui Linglong to a large hall. In the middle of the hall stood a statue of a middle-aged man. Snow Mountain King. The invincible Snow Mountain King. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian. "Please take a seat." Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony and sat to the side. At this moment, Shui Linglong sat opposite Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian laughed. "What do you want to say?" Shui Linglong remained silent for a while and said, "Who do you think will win this time?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian. "Who will you help?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I won't help anyone." Shui Linglong stared at Yi Xian. "You will help the evil race. Because the evil clan treated you very well, and the 10 ultimate saints set their sights on you the moment they came out, right?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Shui Linglong remained silent for a long time before she said, "I can let you go." Yi Xian was stunned. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian. "But you have to promise me that you won't get involved in this matter. Go find the people behind you. I don't know how strong they are, But since my ancestor didn't kill you, it must be because he's afraid of them. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Does your ancestor know that you let me go? Shui Linglong shook her head and wanted to say something else. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Miss Linglong, don't be so childish. Shui Linglong stared at Yi Xian. If my ancestor wins, they definitely won't let you go. Yi Xian smiled. Why do you care so much about me? Miss Linglong, don't tell me that you've fallen in love with me in such a short time? Shui Linglong was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? You really don't know what's good for you. You can die or not. Then she turned around and left. Yi Xian shook his head and said softly, Idiot, is your ancestor a soft-hearted person? Then he looked at the statue with a faint smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Rumble. Right at this moment, an explosion that shook the heavens suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. The entire burial zone shook. In the hall, Yi Xian said softly, Finally out? Then he stood up and left. When he walked out of the hall, Shui Linglong was there, her face cold. Yi Xian was about to speak when Shui Linglong took him and disappeared. When they appeared again, they were under the tower that sealed the evil race. Yi Xian looked at the tower and saw a man standing under it. It was Gu Chou. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Gu Chou looked at the tower with a faint smile on his face. At this time, the tower gradually trembled, and mysterious space-time powers poured down from the bottom of the tower. Next to Yi Xian, Shui Linglong said, He wants to fight against all the space-time formations by himself. Yi Xian frowned. He thought that Gu Chou would use the evil race's power to fight against the space-time power. He didn't expect that Gu Chou wanted to fight against the space-time formations set up by the 12 destined knowing saints by himself. The 12 destined knowing saints. Among them, there was also the Snow Mountain King, a terrifying super expert. The space-time power contained in the space-time formations was truly terrifying. It could easily kill a destined knowing realm powerhouse like Shui Linglong. It could be said that the so-called destined knowing realm powerhouses were as small as ants in front of the space-time formations. Any one of the 12 saints from all those years ago was a proud genius of the heavens. In the distance, Gu Chou suddenly opened his palm. A silver thread flew up like a dancing silver snake. Chi. A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded. The silver thread tore through the sky and crisscrossed the space-time formations. Compared to the countless space-time formations, the silver thread was like a small boat in a tempestuous storm. It was so thin and tiny. However, the silver thread was gradually shattering the space-time formations. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he witnessed this scene. Gu Chou had actually resisted the space-time grand formation set up by 12 saints of destiny knowledge by herself. Suddenly Gu Chou smiled and said, Break! As soon as he finished speaking, the silver thread in his hand suddenly shot into the sky and entered the pagoda. Bang! The entire tower shook violently, and then it started to collapse bit by bit. However, the last level didn't move at all. A short while later, besides the last level, all the other levels had collapsed and vanished. 9 people appeared in the sky. There were 8 men and 1 woman. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who held a palm-sized stone in his left hand. Next to Yi Xian, Shui Linglong looked at the middle-aged man and said softly, Wu Lingmu. In the sky, Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou with a calm expression. Behind him, Mu Mo's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian. His gaze was like a sword that wanted to pierce through Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Mo and didn't provoke him. His cultivation was sealed now, so he didn't want to cause trouble. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly closed his eyes. After countless years of darkness, it's over. As soon as he spoke, he slapped down with his right hand. Bang! The ground behind him suddenly cracked, and in the next moment, countless members of the evil race surged out. When the evil clan members came out, their eyes were filled with confusion at first. Then they became excited, and finally, they became angry. Countless members of the evil race roared madly on the ground. For many members of the evil race, this was the first time they had seen the outside world. Seeing this, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. If he had been sealed for so many years, he would have gone crazy. He knew that the evil race would take revenge. Even if they died, they would take revenge. They had been suppressed for generations, and this hatred was irreconcilable. At this moment, the members of the evil race looked up at Wu Lingmu and the others in the sky. Their eyes were filled with hatred. In the sky, Wu Lingmu and the others were calm. There was no change in their emotions. Wu Lingmu suddenly appeared in front of Gu Chou. At this moment, 6 black-robed elders appeared behind Gu Chou. They were like ghosts and had no aura at all. Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou and smiled. "Let's exchange a few moves?" Gu Chou nodded. "Okay." As soon as he spoke, the space-time they were in suddenly became illusory. The next moment, they appeared in a mysterious space-time. Outsiders could still see them, but they were no longer in this space-time. Wu Lingmu looked at Gu Chou and smiled. "Come." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. It was a simple punch. There was no fluctuation of energy. It was just like a punch from an ordinary person. This punch was really simple to the extreme. However, the space-time in front of Gu Chou was indeed disintegrating bit by bit. Disintegrating space-time. It was not that there was no fluctuation of energy in this punch. It was just that the power was too strong, so strong that it could disintegrate space-time. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn. He realized that the difference between the Destiny Realm powerhouses of this era and the Destiny Realm powerhouses of the past was like heaven and earth. Facing this punch, how could Gu Chou block it? In the distance, Gu Chou smiled. He did not use the silver thread. Instead, he punched. Also a punch. As he punched, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The space-time that had been disintegrating around him actually condensed at this moment, and then gradually returned to its original state. Seeing this, the expressions of the 8-10 ultimate saints in the sky finally changed. A trace of seriousness appeared in the eyes of the 8-10 ultimate saints. Wu Lingmu smiled slightly, as expected of the most monstrous genius in the history of the Vile clan. "I'm afraid that even the ancestor of the Vile clan is far inferior to you." Gu Chou smiled. "The punch contains the truth of space-time. It's amazing to be able to fuse the fist Dao and the space-time Dao to such an extent." Wu Lingmu laughed heartily. "Let's do it again." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and punched again. This punch caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. The moment Wu Lingmu punched, an extremely terrifying aura of destruction suddenly spread out. The powerful aura directly shattered the space-time in the field. The entire world began to be annihilated at this moment. Everyone in the field retreated madly. Shui Linglong even took Yi Xian and retreated hundreds of thousands of zhang away. When Yi Xian and Shui Linglong stopped, Yi Xian's expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. One had to know that Wu Lingmu and Gu Chou were very, very far away from them. They were not even in the same space-time. However, Wu Lingmu's punch alone was enough to destroy their space-time. It was just his aura. Furthermore, it had leaked out from such a faraway place. It could be said that the aura was not even 1/100th of Wu Lingmu's punch. Yi Xian took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Qingxian sword. He thought to himself, "With the protection of the Qing, I am invincible. You guys go all out, I'll go all out." Chapter 1953. The expressions of the experts from the fiend race had become extremely solemn when they saw Wu Lingmu's punch. They'd never underestimated the 12 destined saints. How terrifying had the fiend race been all those years ago. However, they'd still been defeated by the 12 destined saints. After all, the fiend race had even called upon their ancestors, but they'd still been defeated and had no choice but to rely on the protection of their ancestors to enter the underground. So, how heaven-defying had the 12 destined saints been all those years ago? Now that countless years had passed, the strength of the 12 destined saints would definitely not stop improving. If the fiend race wanted true freedom, then they had to kill the 12 destined saints. It was pitch black in that unknown expanse of space, and nothing could be seen. The members of the fiend race stared fixedly at the dark expanse of space, and their eyes were filled with anxiety. If Gu Chou lost, then the fiend race would truly vanish from this world. Suddenly, the dark expanse of space gradually recovered to its original state, and Guqiu and Wu Lingmu gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Both of them were still alive. However, there was a deep imprint of a fist on Wu Lingmu's chest. Countless members of the fiend race roared in unison when they witnessed this scene, and their voices were filled with excitement. Victory! Guqiu had won. The expressions of the remaining 8-10 Apex Saints in the sky darkened. Wu Lingmu lost just like that? Guqiu glanced at Wu Lingmu from afar. You're still lacking. Wu Lingmu glanced at the silver threads that coiled around Guqiu's arm and smiled. Am I not worthy of your silver threads? Guqiu shook her head. You entered the Dao through the martial Dao, so I want to defeat you with the martial Dao. Wu Lingmu roared with laughter. Defeat me with the martial Dao, huh? As he spoke, he opened his left palm, and there was a stone there. Wu Lingmu gazed at Guqiu. This is the last time. Guqiu glanced at the stone in Wu Lingmu's hand and said, Is this your martial courage? A trace of surprise flashed through Wu Lingmu's eyes. You know about it as well? Guqiu smiled. An ancestor of my fiend race lost to your martial courage. Wu Lingmu smiled. I've gained some new insights throughout the years, and I'd like to seek your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and the martial courage suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the center of Wu Lingmu's forehead. Boom! Wu Lingmu's body trembled violently. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, the unknown spacetime started to boil. Not only that, the spacetime outside started to turn illusory. Whether it was the spacetime inside or outside, they could no longer withstand Wu Lingmu's powerful aura. Mu Mo and the other saints were filled with disbelief when they witnessed this scene. He who knows God. Mu Mo stared at Wu Lingmu, his face filled with shock. At this time Yixian suddenly looked at him. Mu Mo, what is this divine knower? Mu Mo didn't conceal his voice when he spoke, so everyone heard him. Mu Mo suddenly looked at Yixian furious. What the hell are you asking? Are you familiar with the old man? Huh? Is he familiar with you? Yixian stared blankly for a moment before he curled his lips. Didn't I just snatch a few dozen of your saint veins? Do you have to be like this? How petty. Hearing this, Mu Mo was instantly enraged. Yixian, you still have the face? You're a dignified swordsman. How could you go back on your word? Are you even human? Yixian said indifferently. Didn't I swear? If I go back on my word, let me be pierced through by 10,000 swords in the future. Mu Mo glared at Yixian. Yixian, I'm telling you, the heavens are watching. Don't think you can ignore an oath. An oath represents a portion of karma. It's not that I won't repay it, it's just that the time hasn't come. Yixian felt a little helpless. Old man, you were the one who wanted to snatch my sword first. Why are you making it sound like it's my fault now? Everything I've done, it's just for self-protection. Mu Mo stared coldly at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian shrugged and didn't want to argue with the old man anymore. It was better to keep a low profile for now. In the distance, Wu Lingmu's aura grew stronger and stronger. Guqiu said softly, the predestined realm, entering the spirit realm through martial arts. Wu Lingmu smiled and said, Come take another punch from me. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and then he smashed his fist forward. This punch caused the entire expanse of space to suddenly seethe, while everything in the field of vision was being obliterated at a visible speed. This punch had exceeded everyone's understanding. The expressions of the experts from the fiend race became solemn when they saw Wu Lingmu's terrifying punch. In the past, Wu Lingmu and the others were known as the predestined realm saints. Now Wu Lingmu had entered the spirit realm. That was completely different. The members of the fiend race gazed at Guqiu. Can the patriarch stop Wu Lingmu? Yixian was quite curious as well. Wu Lingmu's strength had exceeded his understanding. No matter how thick his skin was, he had to admit that Yixian was bragging when he said he was the strongest person beneath the three swords. Guqiu suddenly started laughing. Everyone watched as he took a step forward and pointed his finger forward. As soon as his finger descended, the boiling space rippled for a moment before returning to calm. Everything returned to normal. Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, Guqiu pointed his finger forward again. Wu Lingmu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly raised his arms to block. Bang! Everyone watched as Wu Lingmu's figure was blasted flying, and he fell into an unknown abyss of space. Moreover, his martial spiritual vein and body had vanished completely. Everyone was stunned. Wu Lingmu, who's at predestined realm, has been defeated just like that? Mu Mo and the others were stunned as well. Wu Lingmu had attained predestined realm while being enhanced by the gall pill, but he'd actually been defeated by Guqiu with just 2 moves? What's going on? Meanwhile, the experts from the fiend race cheered madly. We won. This time he had really won. The patriarch is invincible. Long live the patriarch. The voices of countless members of the fiend race shot into the sky and reverberated through the world. Within the space-time abyss, Wu Lingmu suddenly laughed. Everyone was looking at Wu Lingmu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Lingmu chuckled and said, "Destiny Insight Soul. You're the one who's truly attained predestined realm." Predestined realm. Mu Mo and the others' expressions were ugly to the extreme. In fact, they had already guessed it when Wu Lingmu was defeated. Wu Lingmu had attained predestined realm with the help of the gall pill, and Guqiu was able to defeat him because Guqiu had truly attained predestined realm. One had attained predestined realm with the help of an external object, while the other had truly attained predestined realm. In the distance, Guqiu smiled. "You're still lacking." Wu Lingmu looked at Guqiu. "I've lost." He admitted defeat. Guqiu gently waved his right hand, and he left that space-time. After returning to the real space-time, he glanced at Yi Xian not far away and smiled. "Mr. Yi, did they attack you?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Guqiu smiled. "Do you need my help?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No need. In fact, he could break the seal now. With the profound azure sword and Xiaota, no one could do anything to his body. However, he didn't want to break the seal now." Guqiu smiled. "All right." Saying this, he looked up at the last level of the pagoda and smiled. "Snow Mountain King, why don't you come out and fight?" Snow Mountain King. Everyone looked up at the last level of the pagoda. The last level of the pagoda. Snow Mountain King. The invincible Snow Mountain King who had almost destroyed the evil clan. Countless tens of thousands of years had passed. How strong would this person, who was once like a god, be now? Yi Xian also looked at the last level, his eyes full of curiosity. Everyone was looking at the last level of the pagoda. However, the pagoda didn't respond at all. Below, Guqiu smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment, the only woman among the 10 absolute saints suddenly walked out. The woman wore a simple black robe. The robe was simple and plain. She wasn't particularly good-looking, but she definitely wasn't ugly either. She was the type that was good-looking, especially her hair, which was very long and reached her hips. Seeing this woman walk out, everyone's eyes fell on her. Yi Xian looked at Xue Linglong who stood by his side. "Who is she?" Xue Linglong spoke solemnly. "Fanjian. She's the 4th to attain the divine realm." "Fanjian?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. Under everyone's gazes, the woman walked slowly towards Guqiu. She didn't waste her breath, and just raised her right hand slightly. In an instant, the space around Guqiu actually warped. At the same time, a terrifying aura enveloped Guqiu. At the instant this aura appeared, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. A divine realm expert. Fanjian is actually a divine realm expert as well. Wu Lingmu and the others were filled with shock as well. This Fanjian had actually reached the level of a true diviner. Wu Lingmu suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He'd thought that he was only second to the Snow Mountain King, but now it seemed like he was wrong. Other than the fact that Fanjian had also bitterly cultivated in the past, Fanjian's strength was already above his. He's hiding his strength. A wisp of excitement flashed through Guqiu's eyes when he saw that Fanjian had attained the divine realm. Interesting. As soon as he spoke, he took a step forward, and the warped expanse of space around him actually started to gradually return to normal. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and the expanse of space in front of him swept forward like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Fanjian suddenly raised her arm to block it. Bang! That powerful space-time power was directly blocked by her arm. Guqiu's eyes narrowed slightly, And then he took another step forward and smashed his fist forward once more. Rumble. Fan Jian was blasted into a spatial abyss. But in the next moment she opened her palm, and a sword appeared within it. After that, she swiftly slashed it forward. Bang! The mysterious space-time abyss was directly shattered by her sword strike. At the same time, before everyone could react, she had already appeared in front of Gu Chou. Then, a sword light flashed, and in the next moment, Gu Chou was slashed into a space-time abyss. Everyone was stunned. A swordsman. This woman was actually a swordsman? Everyone knew that a swordsman's battle strength was much stronger than an expert of the same realm. At this moment, the sword in Fan Jian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and a sword cry soared into the sky. In an instant, all the swords in the burial zone started to tremble violently, and then let out sword cries. Submission. This was submission. Next to Yi Xian, Xue Linglong's expression was incomparably solemn. Heaven-absorbing sword. The world's #1 sword. Rumor has it that once this sword appears, all swords will submit to it. If they don't submit, the sword will destroy them. Right at this moment, a powerful strand of sword intent suddenly erupted from the sky absorption sword. This strand of sword intent's target wasn't Gu Chou, but Yi Xian. To be more precise, it was the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, Soul's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young lord, can I act tough? Yi Xian. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 1954. Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard Soul. What's going on? Soul has definitely been led astray by Xiaota. She's actually trying to act cool at the slightest provocation. Yi Xian didn't stop Soul. He just opened his palm and the green sword suddenly flew out. He naturally wouldn't stop Soul. The green sword was forged by Qing, not to mention the Sky Splitter. She wouldn't even be afraid of her father's sword spirit. So she had to act cool. Everyone watched as the green sword shot into the sky and slashed down towards the Sky Splitter. Fan Jian didn't stop the green sword as well. She knew how arrogant her sword was, and it would definitely destroy anyone who didn't submit to it. So she didn't attack. It was a battle between swords. Everyone watched as the two swords collided in the most brutal way possible. Tip of sword against sword. Head-on. Bang. An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in the sky, and the entire sky was torn into pieces by this expanse of sword light. In the next moment, under everyone's gazes, the sky-absorbing sword actually shattered inch by inch. However, the green sword was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a mark on it. Everyone was stunned. The #1 sword in the burial zone was actually destroyed. Meanwhile, the green profound sword suddenly trembled violently, and then a sword howl swept through the surroundings like a thunderclap. In an instant, all the swords throughout the burial region started trembling violently. It wasn't from submission, it was from fear, and it was extreme fear. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at the green profound sword. Fan Jian stared at the green sword. She didn't speak, and she just opened her palm. The fragments of the Sky Splitter flew back into her grasp, and they were still trembling. Fan Jian fell silent. It was the first time she'd seen the Sky Splitter show such fear, and it was fear of a sword. Fan Jian gazed at the green sword with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Wu Lingmu's eyes were filled with curiosity as well. He knew how strong the Sky Splitter was, but the sword before him had been able to destroy it. That was extraordinarily terrifying. As for Muemo, he gazed at Yi Xian with a calm expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at Fan Jian and smiled. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian. Who was the one who forged this sword? Yi Xian smiled and said, "My sister." Fan Jian nodded his head. "Your sister is very strong." Yi Xian laughed. "Not bad, you're a little stronger than me." Meanwhile, Muemo spoke coldly from afar. "Yi Xian, if your sister hadn't forged this sword for you, you would be nothing. So without your sister, you are nothing. Understand?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "To be honest, if it wasn't for my sister, I would still have a father." Although he isn't very reliable, he has indeed helped me a lot. Muemo glared at Yi Xian. What are you without your sister and father? You. Yi Xian continued. Actually, I have a big brother. Everyone. Shut up. Muemo suddenly said angrily. Yi Xian, don't you feel ashamed? You have to rely on others for everything. Don't you think it's a shame? Yi Xian sighed softly and said, to be honest, I'm actually in a bit of pain. Ever since I was born, my father, sister, and big brother were invincible existences. Along the way, I wanted to fight. I wanted to rely on my own strength to make a name for myself. But my strength didn't allow me to. No matter how strong an enemy is, my sister can take care of them with one sword. Do you know how much pain I'm in? Everyone. Mumo's expression was extremely ugly. You. Yi Xian continued. Just like you, Senior Muemo, you've cultivated for at least a few million years, right? You've cultivated for a few million years to attain your current accomplishments, but I've cultivated for less than 100 years. Yet I'm able to fight you head-on. Just like you said earlier, I would absolutely not be a match for you if I didn't have this sword in my hand. But the problem is that I have it. As he spoke, he shrugged and said helplessly, I was born with what you need to fight for. The gap between us is really too huge. Even I feel unfair for you. Muemo suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian, and even his finger was trembling. You brat! Do you think you're superior even though you're a second-generation kid? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, all of you work hard on your cultivation and fight hard, while I work hard on my sister and father. To a certain extent, we're all fighting hard, but the methods we use are different. There are 3,000 great Daos in the world, so why can't there be a path to fight for your sister? A path to fight for your father? Everyone was speechless. All of them gazed at Yi Xian with extremely strange expressions. Damn it. It was the first time someone had talked about being a second-generation kid in such a fresh and refined manner. How fucking shameless is he? Fan Jian glanced at Yi Xian, and for the first time, a trace of indescribable emotion had appeared in his tranquil eyes. Wu Lingmu shook his head. This fellow is truly a piece of work. On the other hand, Muemo was infuriated to the point of almost exploding to death. He really wanted to attack, but King Snow Mountain had given him an order not to attack Yi Xian. He didn't dare disobey King Snow Mountain's orders. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, everyone, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, there really are people behind me. As for their strength, all of you should be able to tell just by looking at the sword in my hand. I don't have any other intentions in saying all of this. It's fine if all of you want to target me. In any case, I'll fight with my life on the line. And if I can't fight for my life, then I'll call for help. In any case, that's basically how I do things. Let me summarize. When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the others and said, I'm shameless, so do whatever you want. Everyone. Fan Jian couldn't help but look at Yi Xian again. She hesitated for a moment, then said, people still have to rely on themselves. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Fan Jian, may I ask you a question? How many years have you cultivated? Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian and said, 11 million years. Yi Xian nodded. I've only cultivated for less than 1 million years. May I ask, what should I do to catch up to you in 1 million years? Fan Jian was silent. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Muemo, who had been staring at him, and said, Old man, don't look at me like that. Let me ask you, when you were my age, were you as outstanding as me? Muemo said sarcastically, I don't have as many people as you do. Yi Xian smiled and said, how about this? Now you will lower your cultivation to the divine physique echelon, and you won't be able to use the 12 layers of time and space. I won't use the sword in my hand, and I won't use any external objects. Let's have a fair fight, okay? A fair fight? Muemo narrowed his eyes. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Really? Muemo was about to speak when Wu Lingmu suddenly said, Muemo, what do you think of this kid? Muemo looked at Wu Lingmu and asked, what do you mean? Wu Lingmu sighed softly and said, this kid may look flashy, but he's actually very meticulous. Since he dared to say this to you, it means that he's confident. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have challenged you in public. If you fight him and win, the world will think that it's how it should be. But if you lose, even if you don't die, can you afford to lose face? Also, this might leave an inner demon in your heart, which will be very detrimental to your future cultivation. But if he loses to you, given how thick his skin is, he definitely won't have any inner demons. A shameless person will definitely not care about a temporary win or loss, but you can't do that. A murderous look flashed in Mu Mo's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Lingmu said, "You can't kill him." Mu Mo said coldly, "Why?" Wu Lingmu smiled and said, "Do you see that sword? It's just as he said, there's someone behind him. Moreover, every time I have killing intent towards this person, I feel a trace of unease in my heart." Unease. Mu Mo's expression became slightly unsightly when he heard this. Wu Lingmu was much stronger than him, and Wu Lingmu had that feeling. That meant that this fellow really had someone behind him. At this time, Wu Lingmu spoke again. "The Snow Mountain King told you not to cause trouble for him. You know his temper. He wouldn't even look at an ordinary person, yet he deliberately told you to do so. Do you think it's simple?" Mu Mo said solemnly, "Don't you think this person needs to be taught a lesson?" Wu Lingmu smiled and said, "Our top priority is to deal with this fiend clan." Fiend clan? Mu Mo's expression gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly smiled and said, "Mu Mo, are you going to fight or not?" Mu Mo glanced at Yixian and said, "I'll spare your life for now." Yixian smiled and said, "If you don't want to fight, then forget it." After saying that, he glanced at Wu Lingmu and retreated to the side. At this time, everyone's gaze fell on Gucho in the distance. Everyone felt that it was ridiculous. Gucho and the Fiend clan were the real main characters today. They were almost led astray by Yixian. In the distance, Gucho had already left the space-time abyss. He looked at Fan Jian and smiled. "I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You're actually a swordsman." In the past, Fan Jian had also come out to deal with the Fiend clan, but at that time, Fan Jian did not reveal his identity as a swordsman. Fan Jian looked at Gucho and said, "You're much stronger than the experts of the Fiend clan." After saying that, she slowly walked towards Gucho and said, "I can understand that you want to change the fate of the Fiend clan, but I can tell you that you can't change the fate of the Fiend clan." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and an energy sword suddenly appeared in her palm. Gucho laughed. "Lady Fanjian, let me tell you, I, Gucho, will change the fate of my evil tribe today. Not only will I change the fate of my evil tribe, I will also make you pay with your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, the space here instantly became illusory before being obliterated. The countless spacetimes could no longer withstand the power of ancient sorrow. Even the 12 layers of spacetime were being destroyed bit by bit. Fanjian's eyes narrowed slightly. She took a step forward and tapped forward with her finger. Countless energy swords appeared behind her, and then they suddenly slashed forward in unison. In an instant, the sound of space being torn apart resounded. The world trembled in fear. Chapter 1955. The sword chi that filled the sky seemed endless as it shot towards Gucho. It was a spectacular sight. The sword energy rained down one after the other, and it seemed endless. Most importantly, the sword energy was very strong, and every single one of them could tear through space with ease. The expressions of everyone here had become solemn. A divine knower. Moreover, it was a swordsman. Could Gucho stop it? Under everyone's gaze, Gucho punched out. His punch was extremely slow, abnormally slow. It was like the punch of an old man who was on the brink of paralysis. It didn't seem like he was moving at all. But it was exactly this punch that caused the entire world to slow down. At this moment, all the sword chi suddenly disappeared without a trace. Without any warning, Fan Jian fell into a mysterious spacetime abyss. When she fell into the mysterious spacetime abyss, her physical body had already disappeared, leaving only her soul behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Wu Lingmu stared fixedly at Gucho, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Muemo and the others by his side seemed to have noticed something as well, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. Yixian glanced at Gu Chou and sighed in his heart. He'd guessed something. Time. Gu Chou's punch hadn't utilized space-time, it had utilized time. As if he'd thought of something, he gazed at the green profound sword in his hand, and he had a question in his heart. Could the green profound sword ignore the terrifying laws of time? Fan Jian waved her hand lightly. An array of light flickered as the mysterious space-time abyss was torn open. After that, she walked out of it and gazed at Gu Chou. Time domain. Gu Chou nodded. Fan Jian gazed at Gu Chou for a long time, and then she nodded slightly. I lost. I lost. The tension in the hearts of countless vile race members was lifted once more. They were naturally worried. After all, Fan Jian was a divine knower, and most importantly, she was a swordsman. But now, the weight in their hearts had been lifted. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly asked, Brother Gu Chou, what's time domain? Brother Gu Chou? When they heard Yixian, some people in the surroundings looked at Yixian, especially the members of the wretched clans. Brother Gu Chou? There was something wrong with this form of address. Gu Chou was slightly stunned as well. Meanwhile, Muemo laughed coldly with ridicule. Yixian, you're truly shameless. Don't you know your own strength? You actually have the face to call him brother. You. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly looked at Muemo. What does the matter between Brother Yi and me have to do with you? Muemo's expression froze. Gu Chou looked at Muemo. If you're not convinced, why don't we exchange a few moves? Hearing this, Muemo's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Damn it. 2 moves? Even the terrifying Fan Jian had lost to Gu Chou. How could he beat him? Gu Chou paid no further attention to Muemo, and he gazed at Yixian and smiled. To put it simply, this so-called time domain is something that allows me to go against time, and always be a step faster than my opponent. When I fought Miss Fan Jian just now, I went against her time and was a step faster than her. In other words, I attacked first when she attacked with her sword. Of course, many experts are capable of going against time. However, if you can't form a time domain, then Miss Fan Jian's strength can be overcome with a flick of her finger. Time domain. Yi, this chapter isn't finished. Please continue. Xian nodded slightly and asked, Is it difficult to form a time domain? Gu Chou laughed bitterly. It's extraordinarily difficult. If you're able to condense a time domain, then you can directly crush any expert below it. Any expert? Yixian was visibly moved and he hurriedly said, Brother Gu Chou, can you give it a try with me? Gu Chou was slightly stunned, and then he said, How? Yixian smiled. I attack you with my sword, and you use your time domain, just like you did to Miss Fan Jian just now. Gu Chou hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Just as Yixian was about to attack, Muemo suddenly said angrily, Yixian, what kind of existence are you looking for? Don't you know what kind of power you have? You. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly looked at Muemo. Are you retarded? Muemo. Gu Chou frowned slightly. What does the matter between me and Yixian have to do with you? Don't you know what kind of strength you have? Muemo stared at Gu Chou. Gu Chou chuckled. If you're not satisfied, then come down and fight? Muemo's expression was as ugly as it could be. Damn it. Was Gu Chou crazy? He was helping Yixian like this. In fact, it wasn't just Muemo and the others. Even the people of the evil tribe found it hard to understand why the tribe leader would respect such a weak-looking person, and even call him brother. Below, Gu Chou coldly looked at Muemo. If you say another word, I will turn you into dust in an instant. Muemo didn't speak again. He didn't dare to provoke Gu Chou. He dared to provoke Yixian, but he didn't dare to provoke Gu Chou. The Snow Mountain King hadn't appeared yet, so if Gu Chou wanted to kill him, even if Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu joined forces, they might not be able to stop him. Wu Lingmu glanced at Muemo. Stop provoking that little guy. I don't know if the person behind him can kill you, but I know that he might be able to anger you to death. Muemo. Below, Gu Chou retracted his gaze. He looked at Yixian and smiled. Brother Yi, if you want to give it a try, then give it a try. Make your move. Yixian nodded. Under everyone's gaze, Yixian suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a sword appeared between Gu Chao's eyebrows. At this moment, Gu Chou punched. Just like before, it was a very slow punch. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's sword was directly between Gu Chao's eyebrows. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the sky, Fan Jian's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? His voice was filled with shock. Wu Lingmu's face was also filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a monster. Mu Emo stared at Yi Xian below, his expression extremely ugly. Below, Gu Chao's eyes flashed with confusion. This. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's this sword. Yi Xian put the azure sword away and smiled lightly. Yes. This sword my younger sister forged for me can ignore any space-time. However, I didn't know if it could ignore your time domain, so I asked you to give it a try. Now it seems like she can. Ignore any space-time. Ignore any time. At this moment, everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Gu Chou said solemnly, "Can I try again?" Yi Xian nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he attacked once more. Meanwhile, Gu Chou punched again. The moment he punched out, the space where the two of them were immediately distorted. Time domain. This time. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. This time he was serious. However, Yi Xian's azure sword was still pressed against the center of his eyebrows. Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu's expressions gradually became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Besides that, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Gu Chou shook his head and smiled bitterly in front of Yi Xian. He really can ignore my time domain. As he spoke, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. If Brother Yi had given this sword to Miss Fan Jian, then I would have probably been instantly killed. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings became strange when they heard this, especially the experts from the fiend race. At this moment, they suddenly understood why their patriarch respected this young man so much. Moreover, they even addressed him as brother. If this young man lent his sword to Fan Jian, they didn't dare to think about it. Fan Jian had thought of this as well, and her gaze was constantly fixed on the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. The reason she'd lost earlier was because of Gu Chao's time domain. If she had this sword, then she was 80% confident in her ability to kill Gu Chou. If she didn't use this sword, then she wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning against Gu Chou, because the time domain was a divine ability of another level. But if she used this sword, then her chances of winning would instantly increase to 80%. A strange light flashed through her eyes when she thought up to here. Meanwhile, Gu Chou suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, where's your younger sister right now?" Younger sister. The light in Fan Jian's eyes vanished when he heard this. At the same time, the wisp of greed hidden in the depths of his eyes vanished as well. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. It was obvious that this fellow was a second-generation swordsman. Now, everyone was curious as to who the younger sister this guy was talking about was. Yi Xian smiled and said, "My younger sister is a swordsman as well." As he spoke, he passed the sword to Gu Chou. "Brother Gu Chou, to tell you the truth, I don't know where she is either. If Brother Gu Chou wants to see her, then you can use this sword to sense her." Gu Chou gazed at the sword in front of him. He fell silent for a moment before he shook his head. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why not? Gu Chou glanced at Yi Xian. "I'm the hope of the entire clan, so I can't die yet." Yi Xian was speechless. "What are you putting on an act for?" Meanwhile, Muemo suddenly roared angrily. "Yi Xian, what are you putting on an act for? Do you dare to give the sword to me? Let me see that so-called younger sister you're talking about." Yi Xian gazed at Muemo. He opened his palm, and the chuckle sword slowly floated over to Muemo. Muemo glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he took the green profound sword. At the instant he did, he frowned, because he couldn't sense the sword's strength. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly. "Geezer Muemo, allow me to give you a friendly reminder. My younger sister's temper isn't very good. If you sense her, then there might be some bad consequences. You better understand that." Muemo laughed coldly. "Bad consequences? What? Can she cross stellar regions to kill me?" Yi Xian nodded. Actually, that's a possibility. Mu Mo roared with laughter. Yi Xian, you're not trying to anger me to death, you're trying to make me laugh to death. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't speak another word. Mu Mo glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he was about to sense her. Meanwhile, Wu Lingmu hesitated for a moment and said, "Be careful." He didn't stop Mu Mo because they wanted to see the person behind Yi Xian as well. Mu Mo laughed coldly. She's crossed countless stellar regions. I'm not afraid of her. As he spoke, he suddenly grasped the green profound sword, causing it to tremble. A moment later, he laughed coldly. I sense. P.S. The website malfunctioned and didn't update on time. I only noticed it when a reader reminded me. I'm late by an hour. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 1956. Mu Mo hadn't even finished speaking when a ray of light suddenly entered Mu Mo's head. Bang! In an instant, the vitality within Mu Mo's body was completely wiped out. Everyone here was petrified. Gu Chou remained silent as she gazed at Mu Mo, whose eyes were wide open as if he didn't know what had happened. Fan Jian stared fixedly at Mu Mo, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and a trace of astonishment. Wu Lingmu's eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. Meanwhile, Mu Mo seemed to have understood what had happened, and a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. It's so far. How far? Countless stellar regions. Yet he'd only sensed a trace of her aura, and then he was gone just like that? Mu Mo felt that it was quite absurd. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He glanced at Mu Mo before retreating to the side. Mu Mo gazed at Yi Xian, and his body and soul were gradually vanishing. It was being wiped out. He wasn't able to resist at all. Mu Mo gazed at Yi Xian and spoke softly. Who is she? Yi Xian replied, my younger sister. Mu Mo's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Your younger sister? Then why are you so weak? Why is your younger sister so strong? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I haven't matured yet. Mu Mo was speechless. Yi Xian sighed softly. I told you not to sense her, but you just wouldn't listen. You've played yourself to death. Mu Mo spoke softly. Who knew that she would be so strong? As he spoke, he vanished completely. Mu Mo had vanished from this world. The surroundings were silent as if it had been frozen. He was gone. Was Mu Mo an ordinary person? He was one of the 12 destined saints. And yet, such a super expert was directly wiped out by someone else. More importantly, they didn't even see the other party. For a time, the atmosphere here was quite oppressive. Yi Xian sighed softly. A living person is gone just like that. Everyone was speechless. Fan Jian suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, how should I address your sister? Yi Xian smiled and said, others call her Destiny. Destiny? Fan Jian and the others frowned. She had never heard of it before. They were already the strongest in this world. They knew about the group of monstrous geniuses from back then, but they didn't know Tian Ming. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian. I've never heard of it. Yi Xian laughed. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Fan Jian frowned. Why is it normal? Yi Xian replied. Because she isn't from the burial region. Hearing this, Fan Jian narrowed his eyes. From somewhere else? Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Fan Jian asked again. Has she surpassed destiny awareness? I'm talking about the true transcendence, reaching another level. Do you understand what I mean by that level? Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, are you looking down on me? However, he really didn't know. Because he realized that even though these fellows were all destiny awareness, it was obvious that there was a difference in the realm of destiny awareness. Meanwhile, Fan Jian asked again, has she surpassed the realm of destiny awareness? Yi Xian smiled and said, what do you think? Fan Jian fell silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, continue with your business. After that, he retreated to the side and sat down cross-legged. At this moment he was excited because he had discovered something new. Time domain. The green profound sword can ignore time domains. Does that mean that I can use the green profound sword to create a time domain? When he thought of this, Yi Xian became even more excited. In the battlefield, Fan Jian and the others glanced at Yi Xian before looking away. Strictly speaking, Yi Xian wasn't their enemy. Their true enemy was the evil tribe. Of course, they really didn't dare to offend Yi Xian. This fellow was obviously a second-generation heir, so it would be unwise to offend him for no reason. Didn't you see what happened to Muemo? Suddenly, the last level of the pagoda started to tremble. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. All of them raised their heads to look at the last level. Is the invincible Snow Mountain King finally going to make an appearance? Gucho was looking at the last level as well. There was a faint smile on his face, and there was even a trace of anticipation in his eyes. After tens of thousands of years, Wu Lingmu and Fan Jian had given him a pleasant surprise, especially Fan Jian's sword cultivator, who had given him a pleasant surprise. But what about the invincible Snow Mountain King? What sort of surprise will he give me? Gucho felt even more anticipation. Suddenly, the last level of the pagoda started to vanish bit by bit. A short moment later, the pagoda had vanished completely, and then a man walked down slowly. The man seemed to be around 30 years of age. His features were sharp and angular, and his eyes seemed like they could see through everything in the world. He wore a simple cloud blue robe with a small sparkling and translucent white jade pendant hanging from his waist. In his right hand, he held an open ancient book. Quiet and refined. This was what everyone felt at this moment. Of course, they did not forget that the man in front of them was the invincible Snow Mountain King. The moment the Snow Mountain King appeared, the experts from the Great Snow Mountain were excited. All of them knelt down to pay their respects. Xue Linglong, who was standing beside Yi Xian, also bowed deeply. The invincible Snow Mountain King. This was the belief of all the people from the Great Snow Mountain. Fan Jian and the rest were also looking at the king of Shueshan. In the past, they were all geniuses, but in that era, in front of the king of Shueshan, all other monstrous geniuses paled in comparison, including Ku Xiu, who was once a monstrous genius. For these people, they were sorrowful. Because no matter how hard they worked, there was always someone above them. Wu Lingmu and the others had a complicated expression on their faces. At this moment, the Snow Mountain King slowly turned his head to look at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away. Sensing the Snow Mountain King's gaze, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyelids twitched. Damn it, this guy won't be targeting me, right? This Snow Mountain King was not Muemo. He was definitely not that easy to fool. At this time, the Snow Mountain King's gaze fell on the profound green sword in Yi Xian's hand. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at Gucho in front of him. Change location? Gucho smiled. Of course. As the voice fell, the space where the two of them were suddenly became illusory. Very quickly, the two of them seemed to be shuttling through countless spaces, but in the eyes of the crowd, the two of them were actually still standing in the same place. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian and the others' expressions gradually became solemn. Gucho and the Snow Mountain King seemed to be still here, but in fact, they were already very far away from them. Beside Fan Jian, Wu Lingmu solemnly said, Fan Jian, do you know what level the Snow Mountain King has reached? Fan Jian shook his head. I can't feel it. Wu Lingmu's eyes suddenly narrowed. You can't feel it? Fan Jian nodded. I can't feel it. Hearing this, Wu Lingmu's expression instantly became solemn, his heart filled with shock. Fan Jian was a divine expert. Yet, she couldn't feel the Snow Mountain King's strength? What level is the Snow Mountain King at now? Wu Lingmu's expression became even more solemn. At this moment, Fan Jian looked at Gucho, who was still shuttling through space, and said softly, That Gucho, he's also very mysterious. When he fought us earlier, he hid his strength. I just don't know how much he's hiding. Wu Lingmu looked at Gucho and said softly, I never expected that after so many years, the evil race would actually produce such a terrifying monster. Fan Jian nodded his head. In every generation, there will be a few extremely talented super geniuses. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment, and then she looked at the distant Yi Xian. Wu Lingmu smiled. Do you think this fellow is a monster? Fan Jian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "What do you think?" Wu Lingmu glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, "Even though he's not bad, he can't be considered a top monster." Fan Jian shook his head. "You shouldn't look at him in a normal way." Wu Lingmu smiled. "Then tell me." Fan Jian said softly, "He's very thick-skinned, and he's completely shameless. Just based on this, many people can't compare to him." Wu Lingmu frowned. "What's the use of being shameless?" Fan Jian looked at Wu Lingmu. "Indeed, being shameless isn't very useful, but what about being shameless and having a strong background? If you touch him, he will anger you to death. Do you believe me?" Wu Lingmu's expression froze, and at this moment he thought of Muemo. How did this guy die? He was angered by Yi Xian to the point that his brain went haywire, and then he died. Under normal circumstances, Muemo would definitely not be the one to stand out. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian. Why is this woman looking at me? If she was looking at the azure profound sword, he could understand, but she kept looking at me. Could it be that she likes me? Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian, and in fact this woman is very good looking. If I take her into my harem. No, take her as a disciple. If I take her as a disciple, with the azure profound sword, even the king of Snow Mountain would be wary of her. But how was he going to trick this woman into becoming his woman? No disciple. Yi Xian blushed with shame. After following Xiao Ta for a long time, his thoughts were getting more and more impure. At this moment, Gu Chou and the Snow Mountain King suddenly stopped in their tracks. They had already entered an unknown space-time domain. They were now extremely far away from Yi Xian and the others. Both of them were top-notch experts. Once they started fighting, even the aftershocks from their battle were not something that others could withstand. Only by entering this kind of place would they be able to avoid a lot of trouble. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly smiled. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." The king of Snow Mountain looked at Gu Chou, his expression calm. "Come." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, the space here actually started to freeze while the temperature instantly plummeted by a few tens of thousands of degrees. If it was in the outside world, then just this moment would have frozen the entire universe. In the distance, Gu Chou smiled. "Is this your ice sealing domain from back then?" As he spoke, he took a step forward and slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 1957. Ice Sealing Domain. The moment the Snow Mountain King unleashed his ice sealing domain, the spacetime around Gu Chou froze bit by bit. Even though the two of them were separated from Yi Xian and the rest by countless spacetimes, Yi Xian and the rest still felt a bone-piercing chill. On the battlefield, Yi Xian and the rest looked extremely solemn. The Snow Mountain King's first move was a domain. Everyone looked at Gu Chou. Could this peerless genius from the evil ancestor stop the invincible Snow Mountain King? Under everyone's gaze, Gu Chou slowly raised his right hand, and then gently lowered it. Boom. In an instant, the space-time he was in began to boil. If the previous space-time was a 10,000-mile snow mountain, then at this moment, the 10,000-mile snow mountain had directly become a 10,000-mile volcano. Moreover, it was a volcano that was erupting. Gradually, the Snow Mountain King's ice-sealing domain began to break. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian and the rest gradually frowned. Their life and death were actually tied to the Snow Mountain King. If the Snow Mountain King lost, Gu Chou would not hesitate to kill them. Facing this terrifying Gu Chou, even if the 10 of them joined forces, it would be meaningless. Because just Gu Chou's time domain was not something they could break. At this moment, the Snow Mountain King suddenly punched out. It was just a simple punch. Boom. And it was this punch that directly shattered the boiling spacetime. The entire spacetime instantly fell silent. Broken in one move. The invincible Snow Mountain King looked at Gu Chou, his eyes still calm, without the slightest ripple. Gu Chou still had a faint smile on his face. Obviously, both sides were not serious. Outside beside Yi Xian, Xue Linglong suddenly said in a low voice, "Who do you think will win?" Yi Xian directly said, "I don't know." Hearing this, Xue Linglong frowned slightly. "How can you not know?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm very strong? Shui Linglong glanced at Yi Xian, and no longer spoke. In the distant space-time, Gu Chou smiled slightly. He took a step forward, and with this step, his body became illusory. The next moment he and the Snow Mountain King quickly shuttled through the space-time around him. Seeing this, Fan Jian's pupils constricted. This is a space-time domain? Wu Lingmu stared at the space-time that was being traversed. He wants to use space-time to tear the Snow Mountain King apart. In that space and time, the King of Snow Mountain's body began to tremble violently. If one looked closely, they would find that a terrifying force was madly tearing at him. Space-time domain. At this moment, the King of Snow Mountain suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the space and time around him suddenly froze. The next moment he suddenly punched out. Boom. Countless space-time shuttles turned into nothingness at this moment. Break with force. The King of Snow Mountain looked at Gu Chou not far in front of him. That's it. That's it. His voice was calm, but it was filled with undisguised disdain. Outside, Wu Lingmu and Fan Jian looked at each other with a trace of horror in their eyes. They did not expect that the King of Snow Mountain could so easily break Gu Chou's space-time domain. Most importantly, they could not see anything extraordinary about the King of Snow Mountain's punch. In their eyes, it was a simple punch that did not contain any power at all. But obviously, that was not the case. Opposite the King of Snow Mountain, Gu Chou was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "The true meaning of power." The King of Snow Mountain slowly walked toward Gu Chou. "Is there anything else to surprise me? If not." Saying this, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "Let him lend you his sword. I think it will be more interesting if you hold that sword." This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Let Yi Xian lend him his sword? Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu's brows furrowed. What were they most worried about? It was Yi Xian lending his sword to Gu Chou. If that sword was in Gu Chou's hands, then how terrifying would it be? They had not expected that the King of Snow Mountain would take the initiative to let Gu Chou borrow his sword from Yi Xian? Invincible confidence? Or perhaps, invincible arrogance? Yi Xian glanced at the King of Snow Mountain, but did not speak. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly laughed and said, "Borrow his sword? King of Snow Mountain, do you think I need it?" Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the King of Snow Mountain. After that he punched straight at the King of Snow Mountain's face. The King of Snow Mountain punched out as well. Both of their punches were very calm and simple, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of power. Bang! As everyone watched, both of them retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated, both of them fell into a space-time abyss. When they saw this, Fan Jian and Wu Lingmu's expressions became unsightly. The true meaning of power. Gu Chou had also comprehended the true meaning of power. In the space-time abyss, the King of Snow Mountain took a step forward, and with this step, he actually walked out. The King of Snow Mountain looked at Gu Chou, who also walked out and nodded slightly. Now it's getting interesting. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, Gu Chou in the distance also disappeared. Rumble. The space-time suddenly exploded like a big explosion. Countless space-time boiled. And then it was annihilated bit by bit. At this moment, everyone could no longer see Gu Chou and the King of Snow Mountain, because the two of them were simply too fast. The evil clan members stared fixedly at the fading space-time. If Gu Chou won, then the evil race would wash away the humiliation of countless years, and they would once again ascend to the top of the universe. But if Gu Chou lost, then the evil race that was born today would forever disappear from the world. Being born meant passing away. The life and death of the evil race all depended on Gu Chou alone. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was somewhat restless. Whether it was Gu Chou or the King of Snow Mountain, they were really too strong. At this moment, Shui Linglong, who was next to Yi Xian, suddenly said, "Is your sister as strong as them?" Yi Xian looked at Shui Linglong, smiled and said, "Miss Linglong, why do you suddenly ask?" Shui Linglong looked at the countless shattered spacetime in the distance, and said softly, I just want to know Dao Yi, because I feel that Gu Chou and my ancestor are really too strong. I really can't imagine that there is anyone stronger than them in this world. Yi Xian was silent. Indeed, as Shui Linglong said, if he hadn't seen Qing Er, his father, and his big brother, he also wouldn't dare to believe that there was someone stronger than the King of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou in this world. At this moment, Gu Chou and the King of Snow Mountain were already at the top of the fate-knowing state. Unfortunately, Qing Er was outside of the fate-knowing state. Shui Linglong said again, whether it is Gu Chou or my ancestor, they are both at the fate-knowing state. I am also at the fate-knowing state. Saying this, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. After seeing them, I realized how weak I am. People like us don't deserve to be at the fate-knowing state. Yi Xian said with a smile. Are you depressed? Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian. Don't you have any thoughts? Yi Xian was confused. What thoughts? Shui Linglong said angrily. Seeing how strong they are, don't you feel a little ashamed or inferior? Yi Xian was a little baffled. That's their business. Why should I feel inferior and ashamed of my inferiority? Are you out of your mind? Shui Linglong's expression froze. Yi Xian was speechless again. This chapter is not finished, please continue. He said, don't compare yourself with others, because comparison will only make you angry. Shui Linglong said calmly. Don't you have any goals? Yi Xian was speechless. What do you want me to pursue? Invincible? I want to be invincible too. But my strength doesn't allow me to. Shui Linglong. Yi Xian looked at the space in the distance, which was still being destroyed. I won't feel ashamed or inferior when I see them, because I think I'm pretty awesome, too. Shui Linglong glanced at Yi Xian. How are you strong? Are you shameless? Yi Xian laughed. Miss Linglong, how long have you lived? Shui Linglong pointed at the space. I know what you want to say. You want to say that you are young, but isn't Gu Chou young? He seems to be the same as you. Plus, you are a proper second generation, but you don't seem to be as strong as others. Of course, I know you will say that Gu Chou got all the resources of the evil race and the nurturing of their ancestors. But you are also a second generation. We're both second generations. Why are you so weak? Yi Xian spread his hands. I can't help it. My dad let me grow. If he brought me along and nurtured me, I think I would be able to act cool with my strength, instead of being showy and flashy every day. If I have strength, who would be willing to be showy every day? Do you think I don't want to be like my big brother who says, kneel and beg for death, or like Qing Er who says, where is your home? Point me in the right direction? Let your whole family be buried together? Saying this, he shook his head and sighed. My strength doesn't allow me to. Shui Linglong. Yi Xian sighed. Just like ordinary people, if a man has no power, no wealth, and you are thin-skinned, which woman will like you? All single men are either poor or thin-skinned. Shui Linglong looked at Yi Xian speechless. Yi Xian continued. You all say I am shameless, that I rely on my father and sister. Miss Linglong, let me ask you, if you weren't the descendant of King Xueshan, with your own strength and without the resources of Great Snow Mountain, would you be able to reach this level? Could you? Shui Linglong was silent. Without the resources of Great Snow Mountain, she would never be able to reach this level. Yi Xian spread his hands. Look, actually you are also a second generation. Shui Linglong said coldly. I relied on the resources of Great Snow Mountain, but I didn't ask my ancestor to help me kill the enemy. But you, that Muemo. Yi Xian interrupted Shui Linglong. Did I ask Qing Er to kill him? I don't think I've taken the initiative to contact Qing Er, right? Plus, he went to find my Qing Er himself, didn't he? I even reminded him not to look for her. But did he listen to me? He said innocently, those who were killed by Qing Er basically went to find her themselves. Some of them, I couldn't even stop them. Like that Muemo. If you stopped him, he would think you were looking down on him. What could I do? Let me tell you, the enemies now are still better. The enemies in the past were not targeting me, but my father and Qing Er. I actually quite miss this kind of enemies. I especially like enemies who not only want to kill me, but also want to exterminate my entire family. Exciting, exciting. Really, as long as I hear that someone wants to exterminate my entire family, I feel refreshed and full of energy. Xue Linglong stared at Yi Xian. Have you ever thought, if one day someone stronger than your father is your enemy, what would you do? Yi Xian frowned. Isn't that something my father should worry about? What does it have to do with me? Green-robed man. P.S. Yesterday when I was in a taxi, the driver was looking at me. Do you know what I talked to him about? He didn't know that I was the author. I talked to him, and he said that the author on Green Phoenix Peak was the most shameless author he had ever seen. Is this the image of me in the reader's hearts? End of this chapter. Chapter 1958. Xue Linglong had a complete mental breakdown when she heard Yi Xian. This fellow is really a filial son. Suddenly, the space here started trembling. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Has the battle between Gu Chou and King Xueshan affected the space here? Suddenly, the space here was like a piece of paper that was being burned, and it was gradually being reduced to ashes. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. If Gu Chou and King Xueshan were here, then their battle would definitely be able to destroy the entire burial zone, because the strength of these two people was too terrifying. The burial zone couldn't endure their strength at all. Meanwhile, Fan Jian suddenly said, "Protect this expanse of space." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm and countless rays of light shot out from her palm. The rays of light entered the surrounding space and strengthened it. Wu Lingmu and the others immediately acted and strengthened the space here as well. Obviously, they didn't want the burial zone to be destroyed just like that. With the help of Fan Jian and the others, the space here started to return to normal. But it didn't take long for the space here to tremble and crack apart once more. Fan Jian frowned, and she seemed to have thought of something. She gazed at Yi Xian who stood nearby. If the space here shatters, then with their strength, they'll definitely be able to leak their strength here. We'll definitely be fine, but you might not be able to. Yi Xian was speechless. Fan Jian continued. The destruction of the burial zone won't harm you, right? Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Miss Fan Jian, I'm only at the life physique realm. Fan Jian and the others were speechless. How would you know that you're at the life physique realm now? Fan Jian spoke solemnly. Your sword. The green profound sword. Yi Xian glanced at the azure sword in his hand. He didn't think too much about it before he opened his palm, and the azure sword flew into the sky. In the next moment, the surrounding space started to tremble violently, and under the gazes of everyone, the cracked space in the surroundings actually recovered bit by bit. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of Wu Lingmu and the others when they witnessed this scene. Fan Jian suddenly said, "Can I have a look at it?" Yi Xian gazed at Fan Jian, and she replied, "Just a look." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he willed the green profound sword to fly in front of Fan Jian. Fan Jian stretched out her hand and held on to the green profound sword. She looked at the green profound sword in her hand, and after a long while, she looked at Yi Xian. "Aren't you afraid that I won't return it after borrowing it?" Yi Xian laughed. "Miss Fan Jian, you won't." Fan Jian smiled and asked, "Why?" Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian. "Because you are a swordsman. We swordsmen have the pride of a swordsman. This kind of filthy behavior, even if you die, you will not do it." Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian continued. "Miss Fan Jian, may I ask you 2 questions?" After a moment of silence, Fan Jian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back to Yi Xian. "Ask." Yi Xian kept the green profound sword and asked, "Are there any realms in swordsmanship?" Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Don't you know?" Yi Xian shook his head. Fan Jian pointed at the green profound sword and said, "This sword is full of mysteries. The person who created this sword has a higher attainment in swordsmanship than me. Why don't you ask her?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I just want to ask you." He also wanted to ask Qing, but he was afraid of being shocked. If Qing, said that she did not want to discuss such a low-level question, then he would be in trouble. Fan Jian fell silent for a moment and said, "Actually, there is no such thing as realms. The path of swordsmanship is ever-changing, and every swordsman's swordsmanship is different. If there is a realm, then it is the same as restricting a swordsman. In my opinion, a swordsman without realms is a true swordsman. This is because he does not walk the path of others. He is not restricted by others. His heart of swordsmanship is free, not bound. Do you understand?" Yi Xian fell silent, and he was shocked. A swordsman without realms is a true swordsman. Realms. He had heard Qing say that realms are actually a kind of restriction that others impose on others. Why should one walk the path of others? Of course, this was the way of the world. It would be easier to walk the path of others because there would be fewer detours. However, there are some people who do not walk the path of others. They explore and walk their own path. At this time, Fan Jian continued, "There is actually no problem with your swordsmanship. At your age, it is already very rare. However, because you are facing us now, you feel that you are very weak. But you have never thought that we have lived for millions of years. What about you? You have only lived for 100 years. Why do you want to compare yourself to us? You have to be clear about this. Otherwise, your life will be very tiring." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian nodded his head. "Thank you." Actually, he realized that he was a little obsessed. Previously, he told Xue Linglong not to compare herself to others. However, he still failed to do what he said. He wanted to become stronger. Just like this moment, when facing Fan Jian and the others, Yi Xian felt that he was very weak. He did not like this feeling. However, as Fan Jian said, what right did he have to compare himself to them? He had only cultivated for 100 years, while they had cultivated for millions of years. What right did he have to compare himself to them? One must know one's own limits. Thinking about this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He felt very refreshed now that the knot in his heart had been removed. At this time, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly trembled. At the same time, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Yi Xian was stunned. Am I going to have a breakthrough? The crowd was also stunned. Is this guy going to have a breakthrough? In the sky, Fan Jian looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. He was actually a little shocked. Although this guy looked flashy, he was actually very perceptive. Most importantly, Yi Xian would not be stubborn. That was the most terrifying thing about him. It was okay for a person to make a mistake. However, if he refused to admit his mistake and stubbornly refused to be stubborn, then he was either a peerless genius or a peerless idiot. Under everyone's gaze, the sword aura in Yi Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Not only was his aura becoming stronger, but the green profound sword's aura was also becoming stronger. Fan Jian and the others suddenly looked at the green profound sword. Looking at the green profound sword, Wu Lingmu frowned. What does this guy's sword cultivation have to do with this sword? Why is it also improving? After a moment of silence, Fan Jian said, "This sword isn't improving, it's unsealing. When Yi Xian improves, it will be unsealed. After a while, this sword will reach another level." As she said this, her expression became extremely solemn. The sword that we see is not the final form of this sword. She is more terrifying than we thought. Wu Lingmu said in a deep voice, "Zhao, how strong is the person who created this sword?" Fan Jian raised his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes were filled with confusion. Below, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. As he stood up, the powerful sword aura in the surroundings all rushed back into his body. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the green profound sword. Boom! The sound of the sword soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and shaking the sky. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that his sword cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. However, he didn't know what realm he had reached. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at Xue Linglong. He felt that he could kill Xue Linglong with one move, and he didn't even need to use the mysterious space-time. Confidence. At this moment, Fan Jian suddenly said, "Congratulations." Yi Xian looked at Fan Jian and asked, "What level have I reached?" Fan Jian smiled and said, "There are two kinds of enemies that you can't defeat now. The first is people like Gu Chou and King Xueshan. The second type are those like me and Wu Lingmu. Yi Xian looked at the few saints behind Fan Jian and asked, "What about them?" Fan Jian said, "You can fight with them, but you might not win. Of course, if you use the sword in your hand, you should be able to win against them. You have 40%. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "How have I improved?" Fan Jian said, "Sword Dao. The knot in your heart has been untied, and your sword Dao has improved. This means that your sword has been freed from a shackle. Do you understand?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "In other words, my sword is still bound by a shackle?" Fan Jian smiled and said, "Of course. It's not just you, it's the same for me. Every time a shackle is removed, our sword Dao will take a step forward." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Thank you for your guidance." Fan Jian glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. At this time, everyone suddenly turned to look. Not far away, the space-time suddenly burned. At the same time, Gu Chou and King Xueshan appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Gu Chou was still dressed in snow white, untainted by even a speck of dust. There was a faint smile on his face, and of course, there was a trace of undisguised excitement and fighting spirit. Opposite Gu Chou was King Xueshan. He stood there quietly, without a trace of emotion on his face. Indifference. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly laughed and said, "Pain. Fighting to my heart's content. King Xueshan, what about you?" Everyone looked at King Xueshan. King Xueshan slowly walked towards Gu Chou. "I have to say, you're not bad. Even your evil tribe's ancestor cannot compare to you." Gu Chou laughed heartily. "King Xueshan, I don't think it's interesting to continue fighting like this. Why don't we do something serious?" King Xueshan nodded slightly, "Sure." Gu Chou spread out her right hand and smiled. "Please enlighten me." King Xueshan suddenly stopped. "As you wish." As the sound of his voice faded, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. The moment this aura appeared, a formless pressure enveloped Fan Jian and the others who were standing outside. Being enveloped by this aura, everyone felt as if their souls were shackled. Despair. Everyone's minds were filled with despair, including Fan Jian, Wu Lingmu, and the others. Fan Jian wanted to release her sword intent, but she found that she could not do so. Under this pressure, she, a divine awareness expert, could not resist at all. As if thinking of something, Fan Jian's pupils shrank, and he said with a trembling voice, "Above divine awareness, he opened up a whole new realm." Above divine awareness. Everyone present was petrified. Chapter 1959. Above destiny knowledge. No one had expected that the King of Snow Mountain had already researched and created a whole new realm. Seeing this scene, the faces of the evil tribe members instantly turned pale. A whole new realm. Except for the King of Snow Mountain, no one knew what this new realm was like. But at this moment, this pressure made them feel like their souls were imprisoned, unable to move at all. It was just a pressure. What realm was this? The one who was the most relaxed was actually Yi Xian, because he was not affected in the slightest. At first, he was also a little confused. Why was he not affected? Later, he discovered that it was because of the Qingxian sword. The Qingxian sword protected his soul. In the distant space-time, the King of Snow Mountain slowly walked toward Gu Chou. With every step he took, the pressure increased. Outside in the space-time, countless people's bodies slowly bent down. The King of Snow Mountain did not target them, but even so, they could not bear the pressure that leaked out from the King of Snow Mountain's momentum. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly smiled. "I guessed right, you really broke through." As he spoke, he took a step forward. As soon as his foot descended, it was like a pebble had fallen into a calm lake, causing a wave of ripples to suddenly arise in this expanse of space. Gradually, that expanse of space started to ripple. Compared to the King of Snow Mountain, Gu Chou's power seemed very calm. Moreover, no one felt any power pressure. However, when the King of Snow Mountain's power came in front of Gu Chou, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Fan Jian and the others' pupils suddenly shrank. As if thinking of something, Fan Jian suddenly said with a trembling voice. He is also above destiny knowledge. Above destiny knowledge. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the field was petrified again. At this moment, the king of Snow Mountain stopped. He looked at Gu Chou and chuckled. Interesting. As he said this, he took a step forward and punched out. This punch was thrown out, and on top of his fist, a soul suddenly flew out. His own soul. In the distance, Gu Chou's eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand gently pressed down, and the space-time in front of him directly rippled. Waves of space-time rippled out like water. At this time, the king of Snow Mountain's soul arrived. Boom. The space-time in front of Gu Chou directly turned into a huge vortex, and this vortex unexpectedly blocked the terrifying blow of the king of Snow Mountain. Outside, the evil clan and the other powerhouses relaxed. However, at this time, the vortex began to dissipate bit by bit. Seeing this, the faces of the evil tribe and the others turned solemn again. Can't block it? At this time, Gu Chou suddenly opened her left hand. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space-time suddenly rippled. In the next moment, endless space-time gathered towards him, and the space-time vortex in front of him also began to spin rapidly. Fan Jian's expression gradually turned solemn when he saw this. He's allowed himself to become one with countless space-times. If King Xueshan wants to kill him, he must first destroy this endless space-time. The faces of Wu Lingmu and the others turned solemn when they heard this. Destroy countless space-times? There was no end to this space, so how could it be destroyed? This was equivalent to ancient sorrow being an invincible existence. At this moment, the Snow Mountain King suddenly stopped. The next moment he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, with him as the center, the surrounding space began to freeze bit by bit. Ice Sealing Domain? Seeing this scene, Fan Jian frowned. The Snow Mountain King had used this move before, but it had been broken by Gu Chou. Now this chapter is not finished, please turn the page here again? At this moment, as if he had discovered something, Fan Jian's pupils suddenly shrank. This is not the Ice Sealing Domain. Hearing this, Wu Lingmu and the others frowned. Not the Ice Sealing Domain? Fan Jian stared at the Snow Mountain King in the distance. This is the God Domain above Domain. He has already established his own God Domain, and within his God Domain he is truly invincible. Now Gu Chou has been enveloped by his God Domain. If Gu Chou doesn't have any new powerful means, then he... At this moment, the distant Gu Chou suddenly opened his palm and gently pointed upwards. Boom. As everyone watched, the rippling space around Gu Chou actually started to break down bit by bit. As it broke down, the frozen space-time leaves started to break down bit by bit. But after it broke down, the space actually started to recover. And when it recovered, it had returned to normal. It wasn't frozen at all. Seeing this, Fan Jian clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only can he disintegrate space-time and return it to its original state, but he can also use his time domain to reconstruct it. How terrifying. A fight between immortals. A real fight between immortals. At this moment, within the reformed space, the Snow Mountain King slowly opened his eyes. He just looked at Gu Chou, and his eyes were still as calm as still water. There wasn't a trace of emotion in them. Gu Chou smiled lightly and didn't say anything. The Snow Mountain King suddenly spoke softly. You're not bad. You're even more outstanding than when I cultivated all those years ago. Unfortunately, you've met me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Mountain King suddenly became illusory. His body became more and more illusory, and in the end, he actually disappeared completely. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Did he run away? Even Fan Jian's face was filled with bewilderment, because she couldn't sense the Snow Mountain King any longer. Did he really run away? Obviously, it wasn't possible. Suddenly, Fan Jian's pupils constricted, and her body actually started trembling. All of them looked at Fan Jian. What did he see? He was actually speaking incoherently. Meanwhile, Fan Jian muttered as if he'd lost his soul. He is everywhere. Everywhere. All of them were stunned. At this moment, the surrounding space-time suddenly trembled, and the space-time around Gu Chou actually trembled at this moment. Not only that, but the space-time vortex also erupted with a terrifying space-time power that crushed towards him. What's going on? All of them were stunned. Bang! The space-time where Gucho was suddenly exploded, and the powerful force blasted him thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the space-time he was in started burning, and then it formed a flaming cage that imprisoned him within it. The expressions of the evil race members changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They wanted to save Gucho, but they didn't know which space she was in right now. Was she defeated? Yi Xian looked at the imprisoned Gucho in silence. At this time, the Snow Mountain King suddenly appeared not far from Gucho. Gucho chuckled and said, "Transcend space-time. Transcend space-time." Hearing Gucho's words, everyone was shocked. This Snow Mountain King had already transcended space-time? Yi Xian also frowned. This Snow Mountain King had already transcended the boundaries of space-time? The Snow Mountain King looked at Gucho. You've played with the Tao of space-time to the extreme. Within the Tao of space-time, it's true that I can never kill you, because I can't destroy everything. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Endless space-time. However, I have already transcended space-time, and I have reached another circle. Another circle. The entire place was silent. The Snow Mountain King had not only reached fate awareness, but also transcended space-time. It seemed like he was only one step ahead of Gucho, but this one step was a huge gap. Gucho nodded slightly. I understand. The Snow Mountain King suddenly walked upwards. Gucho chuckled. You're not going to kill me? The Snow Mountain King did not turn his head. If I kill you, there will be no one to carry the banner of this universe for millions of years to come. Gucho frowned. What do you mean? The Snow Mountain King did not speak. He continued to walk upwards. Everyone looked at the Snow Mountain King. What was he going to do? At this moment below, the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned. Little soul, what's wrong? Little soul said in a low voice. Young master, there's danger. Danger? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, this Snow Mountain King wouldn't want to mess with him, right? At this moment, the Snow Mountain King suddenly stopped in the distant horizon. He looked up, and after a long time he chuckled. Only after cultivating for thousands of years can one know one's destiny. How laughable. There's already someone who knows. As his voice fell, he slowly raised his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, he gently waved his right hand. In an instant, the endless space-time in front of him was like a piece of paper that had been cut from the middle by a knife. What was he going to do? Everyone's face was full of doubt. At this time, under everyone's gaze, at the end of the split space-time, a stone door appeared. A stone door. Seeing this, Gucho frowned. The Snow Mountain King walked towards the stone door. At this time, in front of the stone door, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King and said softly, "In 126 million years, you are the second person to discover us." Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. 126 million years? Yi Xian stared at the old man, his heart filled with shock. Damn, what kind of terrifying force is behind this stone door? Damn, I haven't even matured yet. This kind of terrifying force, can't they come out a little slower? Inside the space-time channel, the Snow Mountain King chuckled. I'm curious. The old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King. Sorry, we don't welcome you. The Snow Mountain King laughed. I don't need your welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch at the old man through the air. Boom. A fist suddenly appeared in front of the old man, but the old man didn't even move. The fist disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed, including Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Damn, what kind of god is this? The old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King. If you force your way in, then die. The Snow Mountain King smiled. Why? The old man glanced at Gucho and then said, resources. We don't want anyone to share some of the resources we control, just like you control all the resources in the universe below, understand? In the past, the Snow Mountain King and the others seized almost all the resources in the universe for their own cultivation. Now it was still the same, but they were the ones who were deprived. Tendo has reincarnation. When has it ever spared anyone? P.S. Recently, many readers have been discussing which of the three swords is the strongest. Who do you think is the strongest? Why is it the strongest? End of this chapter. Chapter 1960. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of Fan Jian and the others below all became unnatural. Resources. Originally, they thought that they already stood at the top of this universe. But now it seemed that their thinking was really naive. There were many strong people in the world, but they just couldn't come into contact with them. Just like in the secular world, did you think you were rich? Little did you know there were many rich people. People should never take themselves too seriously. In the space-time channel, the King Xueshan suddenly laughed. If you won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared, and a powerful force swept through the field. In front of the stone gate, the old man was expressionless as he raised his hand and pressed down. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a figure fell straight from the sky. It was the Snow Mountain King. After the Snow Mountain King stopped, the space-time behind him directly turned into nothingness. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. It was obvious that the Snow Mountain King was no match for the old man. How strong was this old man? Below, Yixian glanced at the old man and felt a headache coming on. What was going on today? Why did so many super strong people come out? In front of the stone gate, the old man looked down at the Snow Mountain King, his eyes full of indifference. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Snow Mountain King laughed. Again. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared. In front of the stone gate, the old man frowned. The next moment, he closed his eyes and raised his arm to block. Rumble. Before anyone could react, a powerful force slammed into the old man's arm. The old man retreated tens of thousands of feet, and as soon as he stopped, a figure fell straight from the sky. The old man suddenly raised his head. He was about to attack, but the Snow Mountain King suddenly disappeared. The old man frowned slightly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Above space-time. At this moment, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the space-time around him suddenly collapse and annihilate. Boom. The old man retreated tens of thousands of feet again. After stopping, the old man's eyes flashed fiercely. He took a step forward and punched out. Rumble. The space-time in front of him directly boiled and then shattered. But the King of Snow Mountain did not exist in that space-time. The old man frowned once more, and he glanced at the surroundings. Meanwhile, a fist had suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man's reaction was extremely swift, and he'd smashed his fist forward as soon as it appeared. Rumble. The fist seal was directly shattered by his punch. At this moment, the old man suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down. Boom. Time and space within a radius of several 100,000 feet was directly annihilated. Down below, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others changed greatly, and they retreated explosively. It was clear that in order to kill the Snow Mountain King, this old man did not care about the life and death of this burial domain. When Yi Xian and the others retreated hundreds of thousands of feet, the King of Snow Mountain appeared in front of the old man. The corners of the old man's mouth curved in a mocking smile. You think you can kill me just because you're above time and space? What a joke. As he spoke, he took a step forward. With this step at the center, the space in the surroundings actually started to burn. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Yi Xian and the others in the distance changed greatly. This old man really did not care about the life and death of the burial domain. If this continued, the burial domain would be directly destroyed. In the distance, the King of Snow Mountain suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, an illusory ice shield appeared in front of him. As soon as this ice shield appeared, a fist seal directly smashed into it. Rumble. The god realm that the King of Snow Mountain was in directly shattered, and the King of Snow Mountain retreated several thousand feet. As soon as he stopped, the old man once again appeared in front of him. A trace of viciousness flashed in the King of Snow Mountain's eyes. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and punched out. Rumble. The king of Snow Mountain was directly smashed into a mysterious space-time abyss. At the same time, time and space within a radius of several million feet turned pitch black. Not only that, but the residual power of the old man and the king of Snow Mountain continued to ripple outwards. The entire burial domain was directly damaged. Seeing this scene in the distance, Fan Jian, Gu Chou, and the others all had ugly expressions. In truth, whether it was Fan Jian, the others, or the evil tribe, none of them hoped for this universe to be destroyed, because this universe was their home. Thus, when the king of Snow Mountain and Gu Chou fought, both of them had entered a distant space-time world. But now the old man was playing around like this. It wouldn't be long before the burial domain was completely destroyed. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly looked at Yi Xian, hesitated, and then said, "Brother Yi, can you help me guard this space-time?" Yi Xian glanced at the old man fighting the king of Snow Mountain. "If they don't stop, we won't be able to defend this place." Gu Chou fell silent. Although the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand could repair space-time, as Yi Xian had said, if the king of Snow Mountain and the old man didn't stop, then they wouldn't be able to defend the burial domain even with the profound azure sword. Just at this time, the king of Snow Mountain suddenly stopped and looked at the old man. Change places. Obviously, he didn't want to destroy the burial domain. The old man sneered. "Why would I want to change places with you?" The king of Snow Mountain frowned. "My battle with you has nothing to do with others." The old man sneered. "I couldn't tell that the king of Snow Mountain was a benevolent person. As far as I know, in order to reach a higher level, you didn't hesitate to plunder the entire burial domain's resources for your own use. What, now you feel pity for the living beings of this universe? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The king of Snow Mountain looked at the old man. "You want to destroy the burial domain?" The old man's mouth curved into a cold smile. "You guessed right." As his voice fell, he took a step forward. With this step, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. In an instant, the entire burial domain began to boil. Seeing this scene, the faces of Gu Chou and the others in the distance darkened. This old man really wanted to destroy the entire burial domain. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly said, "Sir, is it necessary to destroy the entire burial domain?" The old man coldly glanced at Gu Chou. "If you want to destroy it, then destroy it. Do you have a problem with that?" Gu Chou frowned. "Old man, let me tell you, it doesn't matter if you want to destroy us. But there is someone here that you can't afford to offend. You have to think clearly." The old man sneered. "Someone I can't afford to offend? Are you joking?" Gu Chou suddenly pointed at Yi Xian, angrily saying, "My brother Yi is here. How dare you act rashly?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. F***ck, Gu Chou, what do you mean? Are you trying to make me hate you? The old man looked at Yi Xian, and when he saw Yi Xian he frowned slightly. "You?" Gu Chou hurriedly said. "This is my brother Yi, the strongest second, the #1 genius. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare touch him, a sword might suddenly pierce your head." Yi Xian, everyone. The old man looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment he said in a low voice, "Why is it that when I have killing intent towards you, I feel a trace of danger?" Yi Xian hesitated, and just as he was about to speak, Gu Chou suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian, cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yi, you called me Brother Gu before, and I call you Brother Yi. In other words, we are brothers. Since we are brothers, I have a request. You won't refuse, right?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "You?" Gu Chou suddenly patted Yi Xian's shoulder, smiled, and said, "I know you definitely won't refuse." After saying that, he didn't wait for Yi Xian to speak, and took the green profound sword from Yi Xian's hand. The next moment he disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already in front of the old man. He handed the green profound sword to the old man, smiled and said, "Your Excellency, I know you are very strong, but do you dare to compete with the person who made this sword?" The old man glanced at the green profound sword, then smiled and said, "What are you threatening me?" Gu Chou smiled slightly. "I wouldn't dare." The old man looked at Gu Chou. "I'll tell you the truth, it's not that I want to destroy your universe. It's that the higher-ups want to destroy your universe, because the appearance of the King of Snow Mountain made them feel a trace of danger. Although it's only a trace, they don't want a stronger person to appear in this universe in the future. Do you understand? Gu Chou was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. The old man pointed at Yi Xian, and then he said, You told me so much just now because you wanted me to target him on purpose. Obviously, this young man isn't simple. But what you don't know is that the more he is not simple, the more he deserves to die. Because the higher-ups will not allow any other worldlings to appear. Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, Gu Chou looked at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, I really don't know how to act tough. Why don't you do it yourself? After he finished speaking, he returned to Yi Xian with the Qingxian sword and said, I'm sorry, I wanted to save my clansmen, so I wanted to drag you down with me. But now, it seems that you don't need me to draw hatred for you. You are born with hatred. I was quite worried at first, but when I saw that he was going to mess with you, I suddenly stopped panicking. Yi Xian. At this time, the old man's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Even the King of Snow Mountain did not make me feel danger, but you can make me feel danger. Young man, can you tell me why? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The old man looked at Yi Xian. But what if we want you to die? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Because I make you feel a trace of danger? The old man nodded. We do not allow anyone who can threaten us to exist. To strangle a genius in the cradle. Do you understand this principle? Yi Xian looked at the old man. So you must kill me? The old man said. Yes, because we do not want a second King of Snow Mountain to appear. The old man said. Yes, because we do not want a second King of Snow Mountain to appear. The old man said, Call for help. Saying that, he paused, then smiled. Right, call as much as you want. We are invincible. You can do as you please. Yi Xian. Chapter 1961. We are invincible. You can do as you wish. Confidence. The old man's words were filled with invincible confidence. Of course, they had this confidence because in their eyes, the burial domain cosmos was a low-level civilization cosmos. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the Snow Mountain King, who stood at the top of the universe, was nothing in their eyes. The reason they wanted to destroy this universe was not because they feared the Snow Mountain King and the others, but because they wanted to reduce trouble. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was undoubtedly the most mysterious person in everyone's hearts. They all knew that there was someone behind him, but no one knew how powerful that person was. Would he be stronger than this old man? No one knew, but everyone felt that it was unlikely. This old man's strength had already exceeded the scope of this universe. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly chuckled. Sir, don't you think you're too arrogant? The old man looked at Gu Chou. It's not that I'm too arrogant. It's that your horizons are too low. You don't know what a true expert is. You are still studying the Tao of spacetime, and so far, only the Snow Mountain King has transcended the scope of spacetime. But where I come from, our people start learning the top Tao of spacetime from birth. The ultimate Tao of spacetime that you pursue your entire life, our people are born with it. Saying this, he shook his head and smiled. You and us are not on the same level. Dimensional strike. Everyone was silent. Arrogant? Very arrogant. But he had the strength to do so. At this time, the old man looked at Yi Xian. What are you still waiting for? Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. He discovered that, as Gu Chou had said, he was a person born with hatred. This old man was originally targeting the Snow Mountain King, Gu Chou, and the others, but now he was targeting him, and even wanted him to call for help. If he didn't call for help, he would act like he was looking down on him. What should he do? At this time, Gu Chou walked to Yi Xian's side. He looked at the old man in the sky and whispered, Brother Yi, are you worried that the person behind you is no match for this old man? If that's what you're worried about, I can tell you that I've already read this old man's fortune. If you let him sense your sister, he'll definitely die. With that, he looked at Yi Xian. My fortune-telling is very accurate. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the old man suddenly pointed at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. The person who made this sword is the person behind you? Gucho hurriedly nodded. Yes. If you think you're invincible, you can sense her. As he spoke, he seized the green profound sword from Yi Xian's hand, and then he hurriedly sent it over to the old man. Yi Xian was speechless. Gucho looked at the elder. He pointed at the green profound sword. Come. The old man smiled. As you wish. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the green profound sword, while Gucho hurriedly retreated to the side. The old man slowly closed his eyes, and the green profound sword in his hand began to tremble. Everyone was looking at the old man. Meanwhile, the old man frowned slightly. He hadn't sensed the woman in a plain dress, but he'd sensed danger. At the same time, a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. Meanwhile, Gucho suddenly laughed. Why did you stop? You're not afraid, are you? The expressions of the surrounding people also became strange. The old man glanced at Gucho and sneered. Afraid? How laughable. As he spoke, he closed his eyes once more. The green profound sword trembled more and more violently. Meanwhile, the old man frowned deeply because the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He'd never felt like this before. Could it be that she's really an extraordinary expert? When he thought of this, the old man was about to give up. Even though he was confident, he didn't think that he was invincible. At this moment, the uneasiness in his heart made him understand that she wasn't an ordinary person. Give up. The old man was about to give up when he suddenly raised his head, and his pupils constricted. I sense hiss. At this moment, a sword light flew out of nowhere. Seeing this sword, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to make a move, but the moment the thought arose in his mind, the sword light had already entered his brow. Boom. The old man's body disappeared, leaving only his soul. Not only that, but his soul was also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was petrified. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Instant kill. Everyone's mind went blank, as if they'd been struck by lightning. What was the strength of this old man? He was an existence that could suppress the king of Snow Mountain. Yet, such a super expert had been killed in an instant? Not only the crowd, but even the king of Snow Mountain and Gucho felt their hearts churning like waves. Especially the king of Snow Mountain. He was very clear about the old man's strength, but he didn't expect that the old man would be instantly killed. Moreover, he'd been killed across countless star fields. How strong was the other party? Gucho and the king of Snow Mountain's faces became unprecedentedly solemn. Not far away, the old man who hadn't died yet had a blank look in his eyes. This is impossible, absolutely impossible, Gucho shrugged. Accept reality. You're already gone. Everyone. The old man looked at Gucho, as if he'd lost his soul. Absolutely impossible, so far away. How could she kill me? I didn't even have the power to fight back? How is this possible? Gucho blinked. I sympathize with your experience, but to be honest, I'm taking pleasure in your misfortune. Everyone. The old man stared at Gucho, his eyes full of resentment. Do you think you've won? No. Once I die, you'll completely anger the people above you. Gucho suddenly said, we have brother, yes sister. She alone can beat all of you. Yi Xian. The old man. The old man glanced at the profound azure sword in Yi Xian's hand, then completely disappeared. He was directly erased. He truly disappeared. Everyone was still silent. What happened today was too dramatic. At this time, Gucho softly said, a living person is gone just like that. Everyone. At this time, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the profound azure sword returned to his hand. Happy? He wasn't happy at all, because he knew that an even bigger trouble was definitely coming soon. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian glanced at Gucho, King Shueshan, and the others. Do you still want to fight? Still want to fight? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the evil race and Fanjian's people became somewhat unnatural. Still want to fight? At this time, Fanjian suddenly pointed to the sky. Look. Everyone looked up. The stone door in the sky was still there, and it hadn't disappeared. Everyone's expressions turned solemn when they saw this. Yi Xian looked at King Shueshan. Senior, do you know what kind of force that is? King Shueshan shook his head. I sensed them a long time ago, but at that time, I wasn't strong enough to break the space-time tunnel. Yi Xian looked at everyone. Everyone, let me give you a small suggestion. You should know that although the old man died, this is definitely not the end. It is the beginning. In other words, it won't be long before the force behind the stone door attacks us again. Everyone was silent. Yi Xian continued. Don't pin your hopes on me. I can't contact my sister. If they don't use the profound azure sword to find my sister, then my sister won't attack them. Do you understand? Fan Jian suddenly said. Young Master Yi, where is your sister now? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. After saying this, he turned around and left. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the stone door. Everyone raised their heads in unison. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He felt a headache coming on. Damn it. They didn't give him any time to develop. This was going to force him to his death. Right at this moment, the stone door was suddenly opened, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within. The middle-aged man wore an embroidered robe, and the entire expanse of the heavens and the earth instantly became illusory as soon as he walked out. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings became solemn when they witnessed this scene. The middle-aged man looked at everyone below and smiled. Who killed the old man just now? Down below, everyone turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face darkened. 10,000 horses galloped in his heart. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Yi Xian. After a moment he looked at everyone. Are you joking? Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Yi Xian was speechless. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian again. After a moment he chuckled. You don't look like someone who can kill someone at the Heartless Realm. Yi Xian said solemnly, Heartless Realm. The middle-aged man nodded. That's our realm. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. What's your realm? The middle-aged man smiled. Dao Brink. Yi Xian shook his head. I've never heard of it. The middle-aged man smiled. It's normal. As he spoke, he looked at the Snow Mountain King. Originally, we belonged to two different worlds. You live your lives and we live ours. But you just had to break this peace, Fan Jian suddenly said. We're not going to your world. Actually, besides the Snow Mountain King, even though they were curious about the Dao Brink, they knew very well that they weren't qualified to enter it. The difference in strength between them was too great. Wouldn't they be courting death if they insisted on entering someone else's world? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man smiled. Originally, we could have lived in peace. But you killed one of our people. Fan Jian wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Meanwhile, a saint behind her suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. He was the one who killed them. It has nothing to do with us. Yi Xian glanced at that person and didn't say anything. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and smiled without saying a word. Yi Xian looked at the crowd. Everyone was silent, and no one spoke. P.S. Maybe I don't update the most, but I am definitely the most punctual. Furthermore, it never stopped updating. Chapter 1962. In front of the stone door, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, You killed him? Yi Xian smiled and said, Yes. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. If you killed him, it would be equivalent to you saving this universe. But now, the people of this universe want to disassociate themselves from you. What do you think? Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't have any thoughts. The middle-aged man smiled and said, If that's the case, then you come with me. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Can I resist? The middle-aged man nodded. You can. Yi Xian was silent. Resist? How to resist? Let him feel the Qingxian sword. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This guy in front of him didn't look like a retard. At this time, Gu Chou suddenly said, Brother Yi. Yi Xian looked at Gu Chou. Gu Chou smiled slightly. How can I let you bear this alone? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. You want to help? Gu Chou laughed. If you didn't stand up just now, who among us could resist that old man? And now, They want revenge. How can we let you bear it alone? Yi Xian hurriedly pulled Gu Chou in front of him. Brother Gu, I was waiting for you to say this. Come, you bear it now. Gu Chou's expression froze. Everyone. Gu Chou pulled Yi Xian's sleeve. Aren't you going to be polite? Yi Xian said seriously. We are brothers, why be polite? Gu Chou hesitated and then said, Why don't you be a little more polite? Yi Xian shook his head. I won't. Gu Chou. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Gu Chou. Are you going to help him? Gu Chou hesitated and then said, I want to reconsider. Yi Xian. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Are you two playing with me? Gu Chou suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, may I borrow your sword? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew to Gu Chou. Gu Chou gripped the green profound sword and looked up at the middle-aged man. Brother Yi, if I die, please help me take care of my people. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Everyone. Gutsaro looked at Yi Xian. You, Yi Xian said seriously. Don't worry if you die, I will definitely take good care of your clansmen, unless I die. The evil race. After a moment of silence, Gu Chou said, I met the wrong person. As he spoke, he turned around to look at the middle-aged man and roared with laughter. Come, let me experience an expert at the brink of Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The middle-aged man suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched. Boom. A sword light was caught between his fingertips. The green profound sword was caught between these 2 fingers and could not move at all. The middle-aged man glanced at the green profound sword in front of him and smiled. A very powerful sword. As he spoke, he lightly shook. Boom. Gu Chou and his sword were sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a black space-time net trapped him. Gu Chou's expression changed greatly. He casually slashed out with his sword. Chi. The black net was directly torn apart. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with surprise. Your sword is a bit interesting. Gu Chou looked at the green profound sword in his hand and praised. Good sword. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Brother Yi, you're so cheap. Yi Xian's face darkened. He was about to speak. This chapter is not over, please continue. But at this moment, Gu Chou suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. Again. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. A sword suddenly slashed down from above the middle-aged man's head. At this moment, the middle-aged man took a step back, and the sword slashed through thin air. Gu Chou's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly blocked with his sword. Boom. The green profound sword trembled violently, and Gu Chou retreated tens of thousands of feet. And as soon as he stopped, the middle-aged man suddenly took a step forward and punched out. With this punch, the space-time in front of Gu Chou suddenly split apart. Gu Chou's eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly displayed the time domain. The next moment, the split space-time actually recovered, and at this moment, a sword appeared between the middle-aged man's eyebrows without warning. But it was still caught between 2 fingers. The middle-aged man's 2 fingers exerted force, wanting to break the green profound sword, but he found that he could not. The middle-aged man frowned. At this moment, Gu Chou suddenly exerted force. Boom. With a loud explosion, Gu Chou and his sword were directly blasted into a mysterious space-time tens of thousands of feet away. In that space-time, countless black divine lightning suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Gu Chou's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, the black divine lightning poured down. Rumble. The entire space-time directly shook. Gu Chou hurriedly held the green profound sword and stabbed upwards. Boom. A bolt of divine lightning was stabbed by the green profound sword, and then it exploded. It was like cutting tofu. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the distance frowned. Your sword. At this moment, Gu Chou was also slightly stunned, because he found that even though he had fallen into this mysterious space-time, he did not feel any danger at all. This sword was too amazing. In the distance, the middle-aged man smiled. Your sword is really too interesting. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and in the next moment, he turned his hand and pressed down. This time, A spear with extremely terrifying force swept down from above Gu Chao's head. Gu Chao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block it. At the same time, the surrounding space-time directly merged with him. Boom. Gu Chao's space-time trembled violently, and then it caved in, but it did not shatter. That space-time forcefully blocked this terrifying spear. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. This spear of mine transcends the scope of space-time, but you are one with space-time, yet you can actually resist my spear. As he spoke, he looked at the cyan profound sword in Gu Chao's hand. It's because of this sword. Gu Chou looked at the cyan profound sword in his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. He found that with the support of this sword, his space-time domain was countless times stronger. With the support of the cyan profound sword, even an expert who transcended space-time like the middle-aged man could not do anything to it. It was too terrifying. Gu Chou suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, why don't you give this sword to me? Yi Xian smiled. Why don't you sense my sister and ask if she agrees? Gu Chao's mouth twitched. Pretend I didn't ask. He did not want to die. Gu Chou looked up at the middle-aged man in the distance. The middle-aged man flicked his sleeve, and the spear suddenly tore through the air towards Gu Chou. Gu Chou suddenly slashed down with his sword. Boom. The spear was stopped, but the powerful force sent the cyan profound sword in his hand flying. At the instant the cyan profound sword flew out, Gu Chao's pupils constricted because he sensed a trace of the aura of death. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was still too late. Hiss. The spear pierced through his right chest. When he stopped, his entire body had already entered a dark space-time, and the black divine lightning from before had appeared once more. Gu Chao's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene, and he hurriedly said, Brother Yi, save me. No. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. With the cyan profound sword, he would absolutely be unable to block the black divine lightning. Meanwhile, a ray of sword light flew into this space-time, and it was the cyan profound sword. Gu Chou hurriedly grabbed the cyan profound sword, and in the next moment, the cyan profound sword brought him out. However, his body was firmly locked down by a powerful force, and he was unable to move at all. On the other side, the middle-aged man turned to look at Yi Xian, and he smiled. A very interesting sword. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man smiled. Kill. Of course, I'm not going to kill you. As he said this, he looked at the King of Snow Mountain in the distance. The King of Snow Mountain's expression was calm. Kill me? The middle-aged man looked at the King of Snow Mountain, and he smiled. You said before that if we don't give you resources, you'll take them yourself? The King of Snow Mountain looked at the middle-aged man, and there was no fear in his eyes. Yes. The middle-aged man smiled. Come try it. As his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the spear in front of Gu Chao's chest suddenly flew out, and in the next moment, it appeared directly in front of the King of Snow Mountain. The King of Snow Mountain's entire body disappeared. The middle-aged man smiled. Above space-time? As he said this, he opened his palm, and the spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he held the spear and stabbed fiercely to the right. Hiss. Space-time was torn apart, and in the next moment, a stream of blood shot out from that space-time, and the next moment, a figure flew out. It was the King of Snow Mountain. The moment the King of Snow Mountain flew out, the middle-aged man flicked his sleeve. Boom. A black space-time net directly locked the King of Snow Mountain. His eyes flashed with hostility, and he suddenly punched out. Boom. The space-time net directly deformed, but it did not break. The King of Snow Mountain still wanted to attack, but at this time, the middle-aged man suddenly disappeared. The King of Snow Mountain's pupils shrank, and his arms suddenly blocked. Hiss. A spear suddenly pierced through the King of Snow Mountain's arms, and then pierced between his eyebrows. Boom. The King of Snow Mountain's body froze in place. The faces of Fan Jian and the others became unprecedentedly solemn. The invincible King of Snow Mountain was gone just like that? The middle-aged man looked at the King of Snow Mountain and smiled. Above space-time? Is it very powerful? No, that is just the beginning. The king of Snow Mountain looked up at the stone door, his eyes full of confusion. Thousands of years of cultivation, but in one day, nothingness. The results of his tens of thousands of years of cultivation were just the beginning in the eyes of others? The king of Snow Mountain looked at the stone door, and his body and soul became more and more illusory. Dead. The scene was deathly silent. The invincible king of Snow Mountain was really dead. Gu Chao's expression was sad. Although he and the king of Snow Mountain were also enemies, seeing the other die here, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. At this moment, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and then with a grab, a spatial ring fell into his hand. It was the king of Snow Mountain's spatial ring. He took a glance at the storage ring before putting it away without batting an eyelid. Everyone. At this moment, a saint behind Fan Jian suddenly pointed at Yixian and said, "He killed your people. Why don't you make trouble for him?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yixian and smiled. "Do you know why I dared to kill the king of Snow Mountain? Because he can't kill our people." As he spoke, he sized up Yixian and said, "Do you know why I didn't kill this little brother? Because if he can kill our people, then he can probably kill me too. There is no deep hatred between us, so why should I kill this little brother?" At this point he smiled slightly. Actually, the Tao Edge realm is very hospitable. Of course, the premise is that you have enough strength. Everyone. End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.